at 7:07 on the 28th of November 2023. Good evening, councillors. I will now ask Councillor Pandolfini to read out the acknowledgement of country.
I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal people who occupy the Sydney coast, the traditional custodians of the land. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to the elders past and present and to any Aboriginal people in attendance today.
I'll now call on Councillor Luxford to read the prayer.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
I have not received any apologies. I have received a request from Councillor Hamilton to attend tonight's meeting by audio-visual link. Can I please have someone move a motion as follows, that the request by Councillor Luxford to attend the ordinary meeting of Council 24th of October 2023, Councillor Hamilton, by 2023 by audio-visual link be approved, and that it be noted that Councillor Hamilton is unable to attend in person due to being interstate is unable to attend in person due to illness. Moved by Councillor Burst, seconded by Councillor Chappell. I now call for confirmation of the minutes of Ordinary Council 24th of October 2023. Can I have someone move? Councillor Said, seconded Councillor Olive. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. I now call for a mover for the Extraordinary Council 30th of October 2023. Is there a mover? Councillor Luxford, seconded Councillor Wilson. All those in favour? All those against?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Hamilton.
These are the extraordinary council meeting minutes from Monday the 30th of October. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, I have an amendment that I believe needs to be noted on page 1 of the meeting minutes. There's a declaration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest, point A, that says that Councillor Parker declared a non-pecuniary interest consistent with his earlier published ordinary return and the ordinary councillor returns tabled at the October 24 meeting. I made the point of highlighting this back at our last meeting, and I make the point again. The Councillor Parker did not make a declare an interest on your mayoral minute at the October 24 meeting. So this declaration of interest is inaccurate and needs to be corrected.
Councillor Hamilton, we will look at the tape. We will review the recording.
I listened to the recording and I can tell you that 100% he did not make a declaration. I said it on the night as well. I was present at the meeting and he didn't make a declaration. So saying on the 30th of October, by making the statement that he made a declaration on the 24th of October, that's incorrect. I mean, he has an opportunity now to take that back.
Councillor Hamilton, I just need to give the staff an opportunity to review the tape. Have Councillor
further to the point
Parker
of order,
here.
for the benefit of the meeting, it is my interpretation that as recorded in the minutes is accurate and reflects a true and accurate record of both the meeting and the declarations reflected. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, with your indulgence, I'll request that Mr. Kelly review the audio recording as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks.
And actually, could I just...
Sorry, can I just confirm
Councillor
then
Hamilton,
that
I'll request that be minuted.
Yes.
As part of this, and that...
and that the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting cannot be confirmed because there is a part within it that is under question. Sorry, I can't think straight.
Councillor Hamilton, I will take that. We will note in the minutes that we've received a request to review the audio recording of the extraordinary meeting of the 30th of October, and that these minutes will come back.
Just further to the point of order, you actually have to investigate the business papers and the minutes because it's the tabled ordinary returns. They're tabled. Thank you.
Do you wish to add another point to the? Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests? Councillor Nielsen.
It's a declaration in relation to item CP 47/23. That's regarding the Royal Randwick Racecourse Hotel. As I previously had written letters of objection regarding the Royal Randwick Racecourse Hotel and voted against the proposal. I also need to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item CP 48/23 as the directors of the board of the Randwick Club are known to me through my involvement in the Australian Labor Party. I'm currently a member of the club. I don't participate in the management, administration or any other activities of the Randwick Club to any extent which would give rise to the perception of a particularly strong affiliation, and I've not received a reportable or non-reportable donation within the last 4 years.
Councillor Hay.
I would like to declare a pecuniary interest in relation to notice of motion 80. My mother wholly owns a property very nearby, and I will not be participating in or voting in that matter.
Sorry, I had Councillor said next.
Oh, no.
Oh. I might just go around the horseshoe, if that's okay, Councillor Luxford.
A non-significant non-pecuniary interest for CP 48/23. Directors of the board of a Randwick Club are known to me through their separate individual involvement in the Australian Labor Party. To the best of my knowledge, I am not currently a member of the Randwick Club. I was in the past, but I do not participate in any activities involved with the Randwick Club to give rise to perception of a particularly strong affiliation. I've not received a reportable or non-reportable donation in the last 4 years, and I'll be participating in the matter. I have another non-significant non-pecuniary interest in CC 30/23. Some recipients in that report are known to me through different connections within the community, but yeah, I don't have anything to do with the runnings or whatever of those community events. So,
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I have 3 declarations to make. The first relates to CS 54/23, Coogee Beach Amenities Outcomes of the Community Consultation. I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, while I do not believe that under the code I have an actual conflict, as the nature of the interest is neither particularly close nor particularly strong, so as to prevent the perception of a conflict, I will, as a precaution, be absenting myself from the debate. The brother-in-law of my former housemate and current friend is the lessee of the Coogee Beach Amenities Block. I have a further declaration as it relates to CP 48/23. It is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. The directors of the board of the Randwick Club are known to me through their separate individual involvement in the Australian Labor Party. To the best of my knowledge, I do not believe that I am currently a member of the club. I may have been in the past. I do not participate in the management, administration or any other activities of the Randwick Club to any extent which would give rise to the perception of a particularly strong affiliation. I have not received any reportable or non-reportable donations in the last 4 years. I will be participating in the matter, and I have a further declaration as it relates to MM62/23, support for the rally to restore cardiac surgery at Sydney Children's Hospital, Randwick. My declaration is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest that I will make the additional discretionary disclosure that I'm employed in the New South Wales Attorney General's Office. I've had no professional involvement in this particular matter and will be voting on the matter. Thank you. That's the extent, and I'll send those through.
Councillor D'Souza. Apologies, Councillor Wilson. Apologies.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Wilson first? Oh. I have to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CP 4823 regarding the Randwick Junction Town Centre Development Control Plan Review. I have in the past been a member of the Randwick Club. I don't believe I'm a member at present. Some of the members of the board are known to me through their involvement in the Labor Party. I have no involvement in the administration of the club in any way. I have never received any donation from the club. I will be voting on the matter.
Councillor Burst.
I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in MM5923, point G, person that works at Sydney Multicultural is known to me, and CP 47/23, non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. The ATC has previously invited me to functions there. Thank you.
Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too would like to declare non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CP 4723, Royal Randwick Racecourse. I've been invited by the ATC and I have attended functions at the racecourse. The other one I declare non-significant, non-pecuniary interest is in your mayoral minute 5923. Being a man of faith, I attend the annual St. Andrew's Catholic Church, Pierre Reservoir annual mass, also being a Knight of the French Republic. It's an honour to attend that particular service, so I will declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest on the matter.
Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. CP 47/23, Royal Randwick Racecourse Hotel proposal. I also have been a guest at some of the hospitality, some of the functions. CP 48/23, Mr. Kelly, I'll be the same as Mr. Parker. I'm sorry, I'll read it out from there. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in items CP 48/23 and CP 49/23. As the directors of the board of Randwick are known to me, I am a member of the club, but I will be voting on the matter. And sorry, etc., whatever is down, you can just copy it.
Councillor Pandolfini.
I didn't send mine in either. I've got a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in the request for funds, financial assistance and donations. One of the participants in the running event is known to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yes, only because a couple of others have done so. CP 47/23, I have been invited by the ATC to a couple of functions there.
Are there any further declarations?
Yes.
Councillor Hamilton.
CP 47/23, as with the others, we get invited as councillors all the time to functions, and it's very difficult for us to basically vote on a lot of matters if we were knocked out because we attended as in our capacity as councillor. My daughter had a graduation at the Randwick Racecourse as well.
Councillor Hay.
I'll also make the same declaration about CP 47. Well,
Councillor
she's
Parker.
6 months old. Not yet, not yet.
Thank you. As it relates to the matter for the Randwick Racecourse, I have been invited to, and I think very rarely on occasion attended, events at the racecourse in my capacity as a councillor. I request that the full declaration is recorded in the minutes.
I also have two declarations, one on, where is it, MM 5923. I do know a member of staff at the Sydney Children's Cancer Centre. They are known to me through the community, but I will be voting on the matter. The second one is CC 30/23 Community Investment Program. Two of the recommended recipients are known to me, and I will declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in the matter and will not be voting. We'll now move to the address of council by members of the public. The first speaker on MM 62/23, mayoral minute support for the rally to restore cardiac surgery at Sydney Children's Hospital Randwick, Mr. Ivan Chen. Speakers, because we have a very big agenda tonight and quite a number of speakers, I will ask you to strictly stick to the 4-minute time limit. Thank you.
Is the timer?
Oh, privacy law.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
Good evening, sorry.
Sorry, apologies, I need to read out the privacy warning. In respect to the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of clause 5.20 to 5.23 of the Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-visual recording of meetings is prohibited without permission. A person may be expelled from a meeting for using or having used an audio or video recorder without the express authority of Council. All members of the public addressing tonight's meeting have a maximum of 4 minutes in which to put their case forward, with no extensions available. Presenters will be stopped when the 4 minutes has expired. Councillors may ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. Our first speaker is Mr. Ivan Chen.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am speaking on behalf of the Sydney Children's Hospital branch of the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association. Firstly, I'd like to thank you, Mayor Philippa Veach, and to all the councillors who voted in support to restore cardiac surgery, including cardiac bypass surgery at the hospital. Your support for the return of cardiac surgery at Sydney Children's Hospital Randwick, including cardiac bypass surgery, has proved invaluable. The petition on change.org has received over 78,000 signatures. There has been multiple articles published in a variety of media outlets covering this issue and has increased pressure on the decision makers to act. We now ask for your continued support in the form of a rally. At a branch meeting held earlier this month, we voted unanimously for this rally. Just last week, at a committee of delegates meeting where nursing delegates from across the state voted overwhelmingly in support, with 97% voting to support the restoring of cardiac surgery at the hospital. The Sydney Children's Hospital Staff Medical Council have also voted unanimously to support, with 104 specialist doctors voting to support. Additionally, the Health Services Union, which represents staff from dietitians to social workers, have also voiced their support for our campaign. We ask that council funds support this rally at this local community event open to all members of the community in support for the restoration of services at the local children's hospital. Every dollar will be accounted for, receipts will be provided for all expenses, and any excess funds will be returned to the council. Councillors, we ask you one more time to support us and the children of the Randwick City Council, and indeed the children across the state. We implore you to vote in support of this mayoral minute in assisting and advocating for the most vulnerable in our community who are not able to advocate for themselves. In the words of Ryan Park, today is an opportunity for the government to honor its commitment and return cardiac surgery to Randwick. the time for talk and roundtables and reviews is over. It is now time to have these services delivered back to this world-class hospital so that very sick kids from all across Sydney and New South Wales can have access to care in the eastern suburbs in the same way that we would expect for every one of our children. What we are asking for today is not something out of the book or outlandish. We are asking the government to honor its commitment it has made and to honor the 2 independent reviews saying this should happen. This is not Labor versus Liberal. This is an independent expert saying this should happen at this world-class hospital. Today is the day for the minister and the government to say when it will happen. Legislative Assembly, Hansard, 10th of June, 2021. Thank you.
Councillors, are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Burst.
Ivan, thank you very much for coming and leading this fight. The question I have is just recently on the M8, there was a fire issue, and so it took almost 2 hours to get from Prince of Wales to Westmead Hospital. Now, if we had a child that needed cardiac surgery or bypass surgery, what would happen if there was a delay of 2 hours?
Well, in the worst, obviously, in the worst event, the child would not make it. And obviously, they would be, in the best case scenario, the child would probably have severe negative long-term outcomes.
Thank you, Ivan.
Thanks.
If there are no further questions, we'll move to the next speaker. We'll move on to the next item, CP 43/23, update on the relocation of the Wildlife Rescue Wires volunteer facility to the Sustainability Hub at Randwick Community Centre. Speaking for Ms. Eliana Leopold, representing Wires East.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all councillors and the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed relocation of the Wildlife Aviary at the Randwick Environment Park. We are so incredibly grateful to Randwick Council for its support over the last 30 years and the support to date for the new Wildlife Aviary. I'd like to acknowledge the Bidjigal and Gadigal clans and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I'd also like to acknowledge their connection to our land and waters and to the oldest living civilisation in the world. I am chair of the East Branch, one of 28 branches across New South Wales. I've volunteered for over 3 years, worked full-time raising a family and deeply care about wildlife, and that's what's brought me here today. I'm joined by Belinda Head, who is also our branch treasurer. Both Belinda and myself have both collectively rescued over 1,500 animals and have seen firsthand the impacts of urbanisation and the important role we play in giving our wildlife a helping hand. And this is the way we care for country. Wires East Branch services 5 council areas, Randwick, Sydney City, Waverley, Woollahra and Bayside, and we have 200 volunteers in our branch. And over the last 3 years, we've rescued over 10,000 animals. And we've, I don't know what's happening with the slides, but locally, with increasing urbanisation, habitat loss, foxes, domestic pets, and the impacts of climate change, anything that we can do to help restore some of that balance helps. And we have over 15 native species in our area, possibly more, from brush-tail and ringtail possums, vulnerable greyhead flying fox, powerful owls, and a range and abundance of birds that call the eastern suburbs home. In the Randwick Council area alone, 1 in 5 volunteers live in the Randwick area. In the Randwick area, we've had 1,100 rescues year to date, which is 1 in 3. From the conversations we have with members of the public every day, we know that they care about wildlife, sustainability and community. The Wildlife Aviary is an important contribution to the Randwick area, but an important contribution to wildlife. In a highly urbanised area, as is the eastern suburbs of Sydney, the ability for us to access a purpose-built aviary to support wildlife care has been desperately needed and so incredibly helpful. But the aviary is in need of a desperate upgrade and also needs to find a new home. It is in operation 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It complements Council's sustainability aims at the Environment Park, in particular the role of conservation and protection, as it already does with the Eastern Banksia Scrub and education via the Sustainability Hub. The aviary has helped over 600 ringtail and brushtail possums and hundreds of birds. It is also a great way to educate children and continue to encourage and provide opportunities for volunteering. Over 700 volunteering hours have been spent in the aviary just this year. One story that I wanted to share in this time that I have with you is the story of June. June lives in Kensington and she's lived here since 1984 and has volunteered with Wire since 2009. Through June's efforts, we have seen over 1,000 animals rehabilitated, and with her efforts, we have also seen her share her passion with others. And I've got a quote there about what and how important it is, not only for animals, but how important it is for community and for volunteering. June creates community through what she loves, and there are many stories like June that we have within our branch and broadly within community volunteering. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the new wildlife aviary. We know that the aviary needs an upgrade, and we ask for the Council's continued support to support the funding for the aviary. Thank you.
Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, and thank you so much for speaking to that. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the location of the site and kind of why that was important for the work that you're doing.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So currently where the site is now, we are in, if you know the Environment Park, we are in a protected zone of the Environment Park where and we respect this, the endangered Eastern Banksia Scrub. And so the idea is for us to move to the other side, which is within the Environment Park and complementary to the Sustainability Hub. It's an L-shaped structure that is very low-key but complementary and sort of visible but not visible. So it tries to create that space. It is covered to the general public, so the general public can't see the animals except in the flight aviary. So the idea is it's sort of in that area, away from the sort of the oval and the other parts of the park. So it's quite secluded, and yeah, I hope that.
If there are no further questions, we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you. We'll now move on to the speaker for CS 50/23, State Emergency Service proposed new location for SES, Randwick Unit Facility and Headquarters, speaking for Mr Peter Strook, representing the SES. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, General Manager, Directors. This is the second time I've been able to sort of speak to everybody here. As you know, our facilities are at this stage inadequate and we do not have the capability. We're starting to lose that. Our garaging is non-existent, so our trucks and equipment is rusting constantly. I've had the pleasure to have a lot of the directors and also the councillors come to visit our headquarters, and they've been able to actually see that we just can't cope. We have about 100 members at the moment, but can only facilitate around about 40 at any given stage. Realistically, for Randwick LGA, we need about 150 to 175 members. Our members are currently doing approximately 90,000 hours per year. We do 365 days, 24 hours a day. At the moment, I've got two teams actually going down south to the floods that are happening at the moment through these storms. We look after our area first, which we've always done, and will continue to do so. But we want to be able to keep that capability up. We don't want to see things occurring. 2 weeks ago, we had what they call NISIMS, which is a police directive, because a tree went over a car on Gardeners Road, trapped 2 people. We actually had teams out there within 8 minutes. We beat the ambulance there and everybody else. So that's how quick we can actually respond. but our response time is obviously going to be shorter and shorter because we need to sort of go to the trucks. Sometimes they don't work. I know state headquarters don't want to replace them that quick because outside they do rust, and which is a very unfortunate point. We're now looking at, between all the directors and everybody else involved, we're looking at an area of land which is hopefully will be given to us by the councillors and the council, which is down at Bunnerong Road and Botany Road, which is big enough to use for a new facility. We're sort of hoping that this will occur reasonably quick, and as I said, if we can sort of build this, it will make obviously Randwick a much safer place, and that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Chappell, then Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, thank you.
Thank you for coming down, Peter.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the work that you and the volunteers do. You know, volunteer work is uncompromising and unforgiving sometimes, but you keep us safe, so thank you. So the benefits will be better equipment, better facilities, and able to get a bigger team. So that will be some of the key benefits.
That, without a doubt, the new site also allows us access if we need to go west very quickly, or east, or north. So it allows us to do that. But the facilities would obviously be, you know, state of the art. We would also attach to that an emergency operation room, which we currently have. But again, we've lost a third of our unit because of this particular room. So hopefully that can be an added on there. But the garage, it gives us a training area. We have no training area at the moment, and our equipment obviously would be safe. And again, we'll be able to run an operation basically for all the eastern part of the metro area. So we can run that from one area. You're welcome.
Councillor Chappell.
I just actually wanted to say thank you.
Hey, welcome. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Strook. Thank you. We'll now move to CS 55/23 Burrows Park Community Consultation Outcomes. Speaking against, Mr. Tim Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, for the opportunity to speak on this proposal. I'm here to represent local residents, specifically the 100+ local residents who attended the precinct committee about this subject in November last year, a subsequent community meeting, and then a site meeting. The outcome of these meetings was as recorded by the Clovelly Crocs registrar in his email to other parties in December 9 last year, and I quote, "Note that we have not included a lengthening of the pitch in line with the proposal received, and with the view that this should allow for a more community-aligned proposal that helps bring forward the construction of the upgrade." I'm not sure what's changed, but that's the words of the Executive Committee. At the time, all local stakeholders agreed on what needs to be done, which is fix the drainage, fix the playing surface, significantly upgrade and, if necessary, replace the amenities block. I cannot emphasise how concerning it is to residents that an agreement forged with local stakeholders a year ago in the presence of council officers now appears to have been totally erased. But let's talk about the expansion proposal itself. First, there is no net benefit. This is one oval. It's one oval. You're not making two ovals out of this. There's no increase in capacity. You can't simply add more training nights or playing days. Grass surfaces have a usage capacity that, if exceeded, will destroy the playing surface. Any benefit received by one group for this expansion will be at the expense of other users or perhaps other codes, specifically perhaps Maccabi and the Clovelly Eagles. Now, councillors, in front of you I put on your desk a Google Earth measurement of the impact of increasing the oval's width to 68 metres, the official NRL standard. The western touchline can't move, so the eastern touchline will have to move to that point marked on the picture. Then you have to add 5 metres before any lighting or built structure can be started. It should be crystal clear that significant amounts of remnant bushland will be destroyed by the relocation of the amenities building. Now I ask you to imagine the increased length and the encroachment onto the dog park. Instead of a gentle slope with a bush corridor that's been recently revegetated by council, you're going to see a retaining wall of 3 to 4 metres with some form of safety barrier on the top, and it's going to run for 70 to 80 metres. What a beautiful addition to one of Eastern Suburbs' iconic headlands. I can't talk about cost, but you will appreciate that there's it's a major engineering and earth moving requirements here, and due to the size exchange, you will not have the option of upgrading the existing amenities building. It'll be a rebuild. So in summary, we've got an expansion proposal that has a huge time, financial, environmental impacts, which, by the way, directly contradicts the Clovelly Bay Plan of Management, and it delivers no net benefit to existing users. And we all agreed on a path a year ago, so I don't know what has changed. I urge you, councillors, to amend this proposal to exclude the expansion component. Let's instead move forward with the upgrade to the existing oval and facilities as quickly as possible. We've already wasted a year. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Pandolfini.
Thanks very much, Tim, for coming in. My question is in relation, we've had quite a lot of emails, as I'm sure you're aware, regarding this. And I just wanted to pick up on one of the common threads, which you didn't note in your talk, that because I did also attend the meeting and there were lots of ideas that were brought up around things that everyone did want with the facilities upgraded, which will be great. And that was with the community survey. I just wondered if you participated in the community survey and what your feelings were, on whether you were able to kind of voice some of those things that we discussed at that meeting. Thanks.
The community survey, the online survey, I participated in it. I would describe it as push polling. I don't think it was an impartial attempt to gather information. It was a very small, limited survey 6 months after we'd had hours and hours of discussion with all stakeholders and agreed a path forward. So the fact that none of those earlier meetings form part of the community consultation report is frankly amazing to us.
Councillor Hay.
On your diagram, you've got the field lurching to the east, almost exclusively by a few metres. If that difference were split, so you were instead lurching a bit to the east and a bit to the west, so it was a bit more evenly spread.
It can't go to the west. You've got lighting outside the existing touchline, and then you've got a rise and up to the street. It is clearly impractical to move anything from the touchline to the west.
Just very briefly, can I ask Mr. Clark if he's... No? Okay.
Yeah. Are there any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the next speaker, speaking for Mr. Bill Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Bill Brennan's my name. I'm currently the chair of the Clovelly Precinct Committee, but I'm not here to represent them this evening. I'm speaking for the four, but I do apologise for those members of the rugby league and union clubs who wish to be in this position, but I got in there first. My position isn't one totally for or against this proposal. My position, from all the consultation that had taken place over a long period of time, is for a comprehensive report to be made, as outlined in the proposal, because what has occurred over the last several months is a lot of information being disseminated that has confused a lot of people about the impact that this would have. We've had a variety of propositions of grandstands being developed and major football teams coming there to practice and to play on the weekends, and dramatic increases in the number of teams that would be playing there. And it has somewhat distorted the argument. And I think that there are lots of good reasons for having an independent expert group, landscape architects, and others to address this issue. The report itself, or the request, can best be summarised in the last bit of the conclusion, and I'll just read it out. This is a critical first step to understand the level of upgrade appropriate for the site and with a balanced consideration of its range of users. The design work for both the field and the amenities building is therefore recommended. So it's really just design work. I think it's important that the councillors have as much information as is possible from the experts to look at all of the aspects of the proposal. I think generally there's a total consensus about the need to upgrade the facilities on the ground, both the ground itself and the change rooms. And obviously the sticking point is the size of the field. But because of the investment, emotionally and otherwise, of all of the people in this proposal, then I think it's important that the independence of a project committee with appropriate terms of reference be given the opportunity to make their report and report back to council. It's not as though they would be coming back without you having the opportunity to fully consider the outcomes. And what I've gained from my time as chair of the precinct committee is that communication with council is absolutely essential, and continuing communication is essential. So I'd hope as part of this process that the terms of reference for this project team and opportunities for communication with appropriate council officers be commenced as soon as a decision is made, and that we have the opportunity to continue feedback as the project continues. Just in passing, as I said, communication is essential for all of the things we do in the various precincts. One coming up next year is the Clovelly Flood Catchment Project or Study Peer Review. Again, it similarly generates a huge amount of emotional interest from people who may be affected, and developing an appropriate communication strategy for that, I think, has equal merit to the project here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Councillor Hay.
Similar questions I asked to the previous speaker. We could extend the football field a little bit to the east, or we could split the difference and extend a little bit to the west and the east. If that were possible, in your opinion, would that make it better, worse, neutral?
My opinion doesn't count because I'm not, in a sense, because I'm not an expert in this. But what I assume would happen is that the council will employ the appropriate experts who will look at that in the context both of the possibility to expand the field, the necessity to upgrade the change facilities and any other things that are associated with that, and obviously its impact on the further to the east on the vegetation and the natural environment. exists there.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Thanks for coming in, Bill. I just had a quick question. If if the field research did go ahead, would you like to see that go back to the community for consultation again?
Oh, most certainly. Yes, I think with all of these things, the sooner you can get it back to the community, the better, and the more comprehensive the report is, without the council having made a decision as to what they want to pass as the ongoing activity of the council, I think is really important. And that's the same with most of the projects we have for consideration as a precinct committee. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Brennan. We'll now move to NM 7923, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton, turn away vehicle protests from Randwick. Speaking for, Ms Miri Gestetner.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and councillors, for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight, and thanks to my mum for coming as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the land, the elders past, present and emerging of the Bidjigal and Gadigal people. I stand before you tonight as a proud resident of the Randwick Coogee locale, having lived by the beach for over 40 years. I am the owner of Miri's Creche and Miri's Kindy in Brook Street, Coogee, and my husband and I are the Rabbi and Rebbitzin of Coogee Synagogue next door to St Nick's. We are part of the fabric of our local community. I have never experienced racism on Coogee Bay Road. I stand here this evening to represent not just the Jewish community, but to also represent every single resident who makes Coogee the Garden of Eden that it truly is. My Coogee Beach is a sacred...
Excuse me, I just interrupt for one moment, I apologise, but I believe someone may be filming in here. You cannot film or take photographs. Please continue.
My Coogee Beach is my sacred place. It is our sacred place. It is your sacred place. It belongs to all of us, our safe space. I am Australian and grew up with the inherent Aussie culture of love for and of the beach and its lifestyle. My summers growing up were spent on the beaches from Kiama to Coffs Harbour, and we did it all over again when raising our 7 children in Coogee. Beautiful Coogee Beach is home to many diverse cultures and people from all walks of life. It is non-denominational. It is God's gift to all of us. We are indeed its custodians to enjoy and to build a peaceful, harmonious, and respectful community around it. The beach is universally free and open for everyone. From nippers to ocean swimmers, from buckets and spades to breath classes, from competition to camaraderie, from volleyball to life-saving, from meditation to meandering, it is my synagogue away from my synagogue. It is both our privilege and responsibility to respect and uphold this wonder of nature that reflects the true Australian culture of fairness, diversity, inclusion and multiculturalism. In fact, there is a sign on the promenade that clearly reads, "Racism not welcome." I love the fact that we are free to celebrate both Christmas and Hanukkah at Coogee Beach. Our synagogue hosts an annual Hanukkah menorah lighting ceremony at Grant Reserve, but how sad is it that the Christmas tree on Goldstein Reserve does not have the words Merry Christmas emblazoned on it. So, ladies and gentlemen, how reprehensible, how disgraceful, how un-Australian that masked individuals had the audacity and chutzpah to fly an ISIS flag on our hallowed Coogee Beach. The cries of Allah Akbar were frightening. This was an affront not just to the Jewish community of Coogee, but to the community of Coogee at large. These individuals sullied its sanctity, desecrated our dream time, frightened the free-spirited, taunted the tranquility, violated the vision, insulted our innocence, and hunted our humanity. In Australia, we respect free speech and the right to peaceful protest, but this was none of that. We do not have, nor should we be subjected to that inhumanity. It is time for Council to stand up to do the right thing for humanity. I am, you are, we are, but are they Australian? Thank you.
I have a question from Councillor Pandolfini and Councillor Rosenfeld.
Thank you for coming in. Just wanted to clarify what you mean by they, when you just said...
The individuals that drove via the motorcade to Coogee Beach.
Okay. And I also just wanted to clarify what you meant by the ISIS flag.
Oh, so you're not aware of the media around what actually happened. There was a motorcade that arrived, and there were many black vehicles with individuals inside, fully masked, wearing ISIS headbands, brazenly flying the ISIS flags on front of their cars in front of the beach.
Okay, so that's not a Palestinian flag?
The ISIS flag is the death flag. It
Point
means
of order.
death to the Jews and terror.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pandolfini is arguing with the Speaker.
It was a question, thank you.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, Robertson, thanks for coming in. Myself and a few other councillors received some feedback from Jewish people, fellow Jewish people in the LGA, that they are scared to wear their kippas, put mezuzahs up, have their kids go to Jewish schools, wear uniforms and what have you. I don't feel so scared myself. I'm obviously, as you well know, I'm a Jewish resident of Randwick myself, a little bit further south than you guys. I was just going to say, in your congregation, how can you talk to your congregants, yourself and Rabbi, just to make sure the community is not scared? Because it troubled me that they were scared to do that, especially, I mean, you don't have to tell me, Rabbi, how important a mezuzah is in a Jewish household. So,
we stand tall and proud, and we actually acknowledge and thank the New South Wales State Government, our local government, and the police, and our CSG, who have offered us incredible, ongoing commitment to ensuring that we as Jewish residents in Coogee are safe and secure and well looked after at absolutely all times. So I'd like to pass on that thank you to all of them. We have encouraged our synagogue congregants to be tall and proud. Thank you.
I've got a question from Councillor De Souza, then Councillor Said.
I proudly work.
I'm humbled, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us today, and thank you for your time. I know when you quoted those words, we are all Australians, but we too must value what we have when we come to this country. And the behaviour of some residents, or they weren't even residents, outsiders, was totally unacceptable. The point I want to make in the question I asked, Madam Mayor, through you to the Rabbi's wife, is you are aware that the powers of council are limited when it comes to this. It's the state government and the police that should have acted to prevent this from happening. And the council can, when I was the mayor and we had abuse at Coogee Beach, we could take action because it was our land. Unfortunately here, our powers were limited, and if you're aware of it, all we can do is ask our local Attorney General and others to act. Is that what you're asking council to do as well?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
On our behalf, thank you very much.
Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was away at the time, so I didn't see the media and I wasn't there to witness for myself. My question is, the perception I had by being overseas and seeing the news was it was just Palestinian flags and a motorcade, and there's nothing illegal about a motorcade, you'll agree. But if there were ISIS flags, and you can guarantee that, then the ISIS flag is actually a terrorist flag and is illegal in this country. Were there any arrests in the day because they were flying illegal flags of a terrorist group?
I don't believe there were any arrests.
See, that's right. Overseas, it was a peaceful
I was there and I was witness to ISIS flags. Unfortunately, I am familiar with what they look like.
Sort of changed my opinion.
I had included in my original speech vicious, savage, brutal. And those are the graphic triggering words that come to mind when
Thank
an
you.
ISIS flag is flown.
If there's no further questions, Councillor Chappell.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. I was just wondering, are you aware of the New South Wales Government's commitment that they were going to use police to engage and use the powers that were implemented after the Cronulla riots in future on these occasions, if this happens again?
I do know that the motorcade was diverted from a heavier populated Jewish neighbourhood, instead via Coogee, which is less Jewish populated. But I am not fully aware of all the intricacies behind the scenes of where the New South Wales Police.
Sorry, possibly I wasn't clear. After the motorcade, there was a commitment from the New South Wales Government that the police would use their Cronulla powers to stop future things of this nature. Were you aware of that?
No, I am, but I'm gratified to hear that. Thank you.
Are there any further questions, councillors? Thank you, Ms Costello. We will now move to NM 80/23 notice of motion from Councillor Luxford, UNSW proposed development at 215B Anzac Parade, Kensington. We have two speakers for. Speaking first, Ms Lauren Sedaris.
Councillors, members of the public, directors and General Manager, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter today. My name is Lauren and I've been heading up a residents group against the development application at 215 Anzac Parade. I'm a registered architect. I work at quite a prominent practice in Surrey Hills. I've been living in Kensington since December 2022, so less than a year, but I do really love the suburb. It's one of Sydney's last great planned suburbs with single residential, and it has a really lovely character. The development application has gained 285 objections since the development was put in by the applicant. This does not include duplicates. Our petition, which you can see on the screen, to date has 1,131 signatures. This is of 2,500 pamphlets that have been letterbox dropped by myself and Mark, who's over there. This is almost a 50% hit rate. I became aware of the development application when a letter was dropped in our letterbox by NIDA. This is after the original Igloo UNSW letter was dropped, and we were not privy to this letter. This is the development you can see on the screen. I've received countless phone calls and emails from residents thanking our initiative and showing their support, commending the information being spread as there was little knowledge about the development in the community. As you can see here, this is a picture of my backyard. NIDA, with the letters, is visible from our backyard, but it's not something that is intrusive. If you go to the next slide, this is the proposed development. I've used my architectural software to create this. This is based on the number of stories and the heights that the developer has proposed. As you can see, there is a huge visual impact, and it results in a lack of privacy. If you go to the next slide, I'm going to now show you an image from where that arrow is. Go to the next slide. This is down on the ground floor, what we can see, and if you scroll to the next one, this is what the development will look like from my backyard. The proposed development is 23 stories and 19 stories, which is disproportionately tall. The allowable height in the Randwick Development Control Plan is 9 stories. The LEP is unfortunately silent, but this is not something that a development application of this type should necessarily take advantage of. They have proposed a huge height that provides enormous overshadowing to a lot of residents and huge visual impact of inappropriate scale and intrusive bulk. There's been no planning proposal undertaken, unfortunately, by the development applicant, and there is a lack of analysis showing how this building is appropriate at this height. The only height that they have given is the PANOPS, which is the airport airline height, 90 metres. And they have also said that they are taking the heights of the building in a straight line from the eastern side of UNSW campus across to this, which is up the hill and also situated near commercial and educational buildings. It is not situated near single-storey or two-storey residential single dwellings as the ones in the area west of the site. The next slide shows the overshadowing impact from this building across properties in Doncaster, Murrumee and Cottenham Avenue in mid-winter, which is the winter solstice at 8 a.m. This is completely inappropriate. Some of these buildings have almost all of their morning sun on Doncaster and on Day Avenue taken, and the apartment buildings on Day Avenue that are directly south of the site have almost all of their sun in winter taken from them. The overshadowing impacts are enormous. We're asking the council to please reject this proposal and to make sure that there is appropriate communication.
I move a 1 minute extension.
Appropriate community consultation undertaken. We're asking that a residents group gets to meet with the development applicant and to explain our objections. We're also asking that the council undertake a planning review of the heights in this location to determine the appropriate massive and ermine scale. If this cannot be done by council, then the proponent should be doing this. We're also asking that the LEP is revised and at least looked at by the council planning workers to find something that is appropriate, if you go to the next slide, to what was proposed in the K2K town centres, where it does not show any heights of that scale in this area. The K2K shows 2 nodes that have tall heights, and then the rest of the areas in Kensington and Kingsford at lower height. This is what's been deemed appropriate, and we hope that this will be upheld as per the Randwick K2K vision. Thank you very much for your time. And the vision's just on the screen there.
Are there any speakers? If not, we'll move to the next speaker, and I will need to declare an additional declaration that the next speaker is known to me through my community work, but I will be voting on the matter.
Mayor, councillors, council management and members of the public. My name is Liz Hughes and I'm
Apologies, Ms Hughes, I've just received a request for an additional declaration.
Yes, I too would like to declare insignificant a conflict of interest or with regards to this matter. I was the guest of NIDA not so long ago and but I will be voting on the matter, non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Ms Hughes.
So hello, Mayor, councillors, council management members of the public. My name's Liz Hughes, I'm the CEO of NIDA. I also would like to acknowledge this very sacred country that we're on today and pay my respects to traditional owners. I'm here tonight in support of Councillor Luxford's motion to reject the proposed development at 215B Anzac Parade, Kensington. Like council, we want the best for our community, many of whom are Randwick Council residents. NIDA has also submitted a detailed objection to the proposed development. NIDA's objection is based on the proposal's contravention to relevant planning schemes, including Council's recent K2K strategy and also UNSW's own DCP master plan. The proposed development will have significant impacts on NIDA's ongoing viability as a consequence of the close proximity of the buildings to NIDA, the bulk and scale of the development, pedestrian safety issues and significant impacts to NIDA's service, loading and access. The size and bulk of the proposed development is also contextually inappropriate and does not respond to the scale of the surrounding development of the UNSW campus, Kensington campus, NIDA and the local adjacent residential environment. We've been advised that construction will take approximately 3 to 4 years, which will also have a significant financial impact on NIDA's operations. This proposed development in its current form will actually impact NIDA's short-term and long-term viability. We are not against development on the site, nor student housing, and we're of course very supportive of appropriate development. However, we feel this proposal is completely inappropriate. The final development will tower over NIDA at around 3 times its height and at less than 7 metres away. The classrooms and library will look directly into bedrooms. For those that don't know, many of you do, NIDA is Australia's leading dramatic arts training institution with an international reputation for excellence, number 14th in the world, and the only organisation outside of the US and England in that the best 25 drama schools. Annually, on average, we welcome 80,000 audience members, 20,000 participants in community and corporate programs, many of which are children and families. We employ over 1,000 people, as well as provide higher education and vocational education and training for over 600 students in Bachelor of Fine Arts, Master of Fine Arts and VET education. NIDA sits at the very centre of Australia's arts and cultural sector, providing the pivotal creative workforce for this $17 billion economy. Our alumni are Australia's foremost creatives in design, directing, writing and acting. They are cultural leaders, stage managers and technical theatre experts. All of this incredible work will be jeopardised if this development goes ahead in the current form. In closing, I support Randwick Council's objection to the proposed development and request the applicant be required to significantly revise the proposal to take into consideration the strong community concerns, and that Council recommend to the planning panel, the Sydney Eastern Planning Panel, the proposal be either rejected or significantly amended. Thank you.
Councillors, are there any questions? Thank you. We'll now move to the mayoral minutes. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to the mayoral minutes. The first minute is MM 57/23, Vale Helena Carr. It was very sad for our community to learn of Helena Carr's passing last month on the 26th of October 2023. She was obviously well known as a prominent businesswoman, member of our community and the community of New South Wales, who made a huge contribution, and through, as the spouse of the member for Maroubra and former Premier of New South Wales, Mr Bob Carr, we're all terribly shocked and saddened to learn of her death, of her passing, and I would like to hold a minute's silence. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I commend your bringing of this mayoral minute, and I too would like to express my deep condolences to the entire family, but not only that, to those who had the privilege of knowing Helena as a, while diminutive in stature, a larger-than-life personality who not just impacted our particular area greatly, but also had quite a significant contribution to this state. Not just, I would say, as the spouse of a former Premier and Foreign Minister, but more importantly in her own right, as an established business woman, as a high-profile member of the community, and someone who I've had the personal privilege of knowing, and my reflections on the interactions with her is as someone of almost razor-sharp wit, of rather incisive commentary when she wasn't particularly happy, and an honest appraisal on the state of affairs. And to have had the privilege to have known her is absolutely my privilege, and I can say personally that it is a huge loss on behalf of the Labor family, and I do say the Labor family because Helena definitely felt like family. She was a fixture both for the party but also around Maroubra. You would regularly see her walking amongst our community alongside Bob, and to lose her is quite a significant loss for all of us. One thing I would also like to touch on is I'm quite touched and moved and also saddened at seeing the true love between Helena and Bob, and to see one part of that absolutely dynamic duo pass in such circumstances can without a doubt hit hard, and I would like to convey on behalf of the entire community our deepest appreciation, but also our love in this moment of quite immense difficulty to fill, while we cannot even begin to match it, but that clear hole which will be left with Helena's passing. Having attended the Requiem Mass at St Mary's Cathedral, there are very few individuals who can pack out St Mary's Cathedral, and it was almost standing room only, and there were individuals from across the country who came to attend that particular very moving mass, and I think is a reflection on her contribution to our community, to the affairs of this state and this country as well. So with that, I commend this mayoral minute and express on behalf of, I'm sure, many, our deepest condolences on this very significant loss.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor De Souza.
Madam Mayor, Helena Carr was a kind and gentle soul. I was fortunate that we had a common thread besides our faith, both being Catholics and going to the church at Coogee, St Mary's and St Joseph, often sharing the same pew. We also, the common thread was that she was half Indian, like myself, and half Chinese or Malaysian Chinese. But she came from very humble beginnings. Those Councillor Mayor or former Mayor Parker points out, Bob makes it clear in his eulogy, that she was inspirational in everything Bob did. He called her lucky star, and she would call him her lucky star. But the story of Helena Carr is a story of a migrant person who, through the Colombo Plan, tries and tries again to get an education, and she gets it with the sisters at the Parramatta area. And there she develops and evolves into the Helena Carr that we know today. I often used to see her shopping, praying, doing good in our community. And I do. The memories I have are the fondest memories. I couldn't attend the funeral because I had to attend the local government conference. But I listened to Bob's eulogy, and it was very touching. True love. People say there's no such thing as true love. That was really true love. I'd see Bob walking, he'd walk past my home at Coogee, and I'd see Helene, as I said. But she inspired him to do good. And even though he was so busy, when Helena spoke, Bob listened. Those members of our community that are here and those that have benefited from the work Labor and Bob Carr did in his term should thank Helena Carr. She was the one, like others, that inspired Bob to do good. And she'll always be, and there'll always be, a place in my heart and in my home to remember the great lady of Maroubra, from French Street, Maroubra, Helena Carr. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
If there's no further discussion, I will put it. All those in favour, say aye. All those against, I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the next mayoral minute, MM 58/23, International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on the 25th of November 2023. Councillors, I will take this mayoral minute as being read. It was heartening to see so many councillors and definitely community members at the Step Out, Speak Out walk on Friday, particularly the school students who attended, and there were many schools represented from our community, and quite a number of the students also spoke. But it sends a strong message to our community that violence against women is just absolutely not tolerated. But further, council provides a considerable amount of funding to local services. We'll be holding a coercive control forum on the 5th of December, and also promoting a new website called yourground.org.au, which allows people to sort of log on and note spaces in our city that may or may not feel safe. So I commend the motion. If there's no debate, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. I'll move on to MM 59/23, Financial Assistance and Donations, October to November 2023. Councillors, I would like to note that over the last 12 months and over really the last several years, the request for financial donations coming through to council have been increasing. We receive a large volume because of the large amount of activities being conducted by our community. And in addition, through the contingency fund, we fund a number of important ongoing projects such as the Westpac helicopter rescue. As such, I found myself in the difficult position this month of dealing with quite a considerable number of requests with not really sufficient funds to fund them in full. And as such, I moved a number of these requests in an amended fashion. However, since the business papers have been published, I have received some correspondence from some of these groups to say that without that funding or without those fee waivers, their event would not be able to take place on the reduced amounts. So what I would like to propose, having drawn council's attention to the issue, and in the hope that in the coming month or two we will receive a report from council staff, perhaps suggesting a way forward, that in the meantime we resolve to fund all the projects in full until such time as we can find a suitable way of processing these applications that allows them, many community groups, to be supported while, carefully observing that we are spending ratepayers' money. So it's just trying to find that balance. So as such, I would like to put the motion in an amended fashion. Councillor De Souza.
Madam Mayor, I commend your wisdom, the wisdom of Solomon on this one, because it's so important for church groups like the St. Andrew's Catholic Church to have the Peer Reservoir Fund, the Mass, because it brings communities together. Not just Australian communities, but the French community as well, and other Christian groups. So it's important. But I can understand where you're coming from. Budgets have to be adhered to. Measures should be taken. But when, as the Americans say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This event, which celebrates the first Christian or Catholic priest to die in Australia, is a very important place for many pilgrims. And that's why we have this event. The grave is there. Every time a French vessel comes to Australia, part of their duty of care or part of, we encourage them, and as I mentioned, I'm a Knight of the French Republic, we encourage our sailors to go to this particular sacred place to honour La Perouse for his navigational journeys and, of course, the grave of Pierre Reservoir. So 2,500 would have covered nothing. And we're not talking about food or drink. We do all that. But we need the tent, we need the sound system, and we need the prayers. And by your wisdom and your decision to leave things as they are, I think the community will benefit till we can review it. Is that what the impression I'm getting? Thank you for your kindness and your generosity and your wisdom, Madam Mayor, on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Said, and then Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to bring up the same topic. As Councillor D'Souza said, this is not just a religious festival or a mass. It's actually a very historic occasion that happens every year for about 100 years. And Council has always funded the marquee, and that's only because elderly people go and it can be very hot on the day. And actually everyone is welcome. Anyone walking past can sit there, so it's for the whole community. But I do beg your indulgence and say that can we please have it minuted that the actual full amount of, I think it was $6,600 or whatever it was, I think $6,600 is minuted that will be fully paid for the day. And thank you.
Yeah, I've moved it in an amended form. Sorry, I had Councillor...
I just have a point of clarification.
Sure.
So could you just outline once again what the amendments are? Is it just as it relates to Pear Reservoir, or is it the other items as well?
It's all of the items.
Okay, thank you.
I had Councillor Nielsen, then Councillor Chapel.
I just wanted to briefly speak in favour of the mayoral minute, including obviously all the support for South Sydney High School, which I know many parents at school really appreciated the fete, and it was a wonderful event. And also to speak in favour of the running event, which is a really unique event. It's called a Backyard Ultra, and it's an event that runs until nobody can keep running. So it's a very unique running event. It is going to be one of the only times this has ever happened in New South Wales. It's like literally on the run calendar, and as a runner in our local area, we have park runs, which we love, but there's not a lot, and there's the Maroubra Run, but there's not a lot else, and it's really exciting to have something that's a bit more of a challenge, a bit more of a distance in the area.
Councillor Luxford.
It's just a question, Madam Mayor. So you're moving in an amended fashion. So in relation to item A, I see that they were requesting an amount of $9,484, and you were only funding $3,500. So are you now funding $9,400?
Yes, that's correct.
Indulge you, please. When I asked for this is, I know I asked, and I'm probably, the previous fare was $6,000 because it covers the cost of a marquee, and it was all. But if we go from $3,000 to $9,000, nearly $10,000 for a run, which is not a charity event, is it actually funding doesn't mention it. That's what I'm just saying. It doesn't mention it. So it's very hard. It's very difficult to accept all the higher figures because some of those figures might have been $20,000 for all we know. I think we could be going way overboard if we just blanketly say we're going to pay everything. I'm not saying all of them. We don't know where all of them.
My amendment is to move all of them. I'm happy to allow the question to be put through to. No, the figures are all in the background. Yeah, they are all there. We're already well over the budget. Yeah. It is a charity.
Sorry, I can confirm that because I have spoken to the organisers. They're working with IndigiGrow and they're fundraising for IndigiGrow in the local area, which I understand has a charity. They have a registered charity arm. And they will also be giving, I understand, tube stock to everybody who finishes the race. And it is a lot of money, but also, $6,000 is a lot of money for a single event as well. I mean, I think we understand when we're doing a council quote for what it costs to run an event, they can be quite large quite quickly. And I would just ask the support of the council. As I say, running doesn't get a lot of support from council. This is one opportunity to do it.
Councillors, if I may add another note around this discussion. As I said, as a new mayor, it has been one of the issues I've had to grapple with. I presume it's been the same for all the mayors, where you get a large volume of requests and you're trying to manage them all, unlike the community investment program, where you have staff independently making assessments, making recommendations against a set of criteria. We do not have that in relation to the mayoral contingency. And so it is quite challenging, I think, for all mayors, not just myself, but every mayor, to try and get the balance right between managing our budget and also the merits of the different requests when there is literally no criteria. In this instance, as Councillor Chappell has noted, the element requested is not cash, it is a fee waiver. One of the things that has come to my attention, and I, as a councillor in previous years, I note your hand up and I'll go to you when I finish speaking, Councillor Luxford, is the issue of fees and charges. And I think at every budget we've had this discussion. I know Councillor said will attest to this, that where I and other councillors have perhaps made comments that some of our fees and charges for the hire of our facilities are in fact seem to be very, very high, and as far as I'm aware, we're still waiting for a report to come back as to that. And councillors will recall that we also instituted a fee holiday for a maximum of $25,000 because of the many requests for the use of our facilities. So I hope that when we receive this report back, it will potentially, if possible, be accompanied by that request for a report, which was put 1 or 2 years ago, because that would certainly allow more of these contingency requests to be funded if particularly in relation to the fee waivers, if the fees and charges could be lowered. So, but in the meantime, given some of these events will literally not be able to occur because the fees and charges that are being waived are currently set at a high rate, I have responded to that feedback for this meeting to recommend that the fees, the requests be pledged in full. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, my question is in regards to that again. Okay, so we are waiving fees. However, we have actually no information at all about what this run is. And I know Councillor Chappell has said there is going to charity and it's IndigiGrow. IndigiGrow is a business that runs in our community, that runs, here in Randwick. And it is quite successful. And we're now being told they've got a charity arm, which I've never heard of. And so I'm just querying what that charity arm is and why it's not in this background for us to actually make a more informed, decision on the whole thing.
Through to the relevant officer. Do you have any further information on this event?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just having a look now. I can't see any reference at this point to a charity on the website, but we could take it on notice and come back to you.
Councillor Hay.
I looked on the website. There is no actual definite website, but it is mentioned. Anyway, I'm guessing that the reason why it gets to nearly $10,000 is because they use up a fair bit of the park for 4 or 5 days, or potentially. Now, anyway, the run isn't until the 16th of March of next year, and we're meeting again in 2 weeks. Would it be possible for us to just defer point A until the next council meeting, so we can discuss it further? I'll move it as a procedure. I'd like to move as an amendment to defer point A until the next meeting.
I mean, I'd just like to speak against that. This is one of the only contributions on here that's not a cash contribution.
Point of order.
Point
of order. Point of order. Calling a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hay put up an amendment. No one seconded the amendment, and we have Councillor Chappell speaking against the amendment without a seconder.
I'll call for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Hay, do you wish to speak? I do not accept the amendment. Councillor Hay, do you wish to speak? We'll now move to the amendment.
I'll be very brief. I'll just like a bit more background information, and I don't think it'll. Remember that the December meeting is not on the 4th Tuesday of the month like this meeting. It'll be earlier, about, was it the 2nd Tuesday? And so we're only deferring this discussion by 2 weeks, and that should give them plenty of time for us to get a bit more information and for the run to go as scheduled. Thank you.
I'll move to Councillor Rosenfeld as a seconder. Councillor Pandolfini.
I wanted to note that on the Indigigrow website it says, and I quote, Indigigrow is a charity and 100% Aboriginal owned, run and staffed, not-for-profit native plant nursery with 6 young local Aboriginal apprentices. Indigigrow is providing solutions for our young people by creating and sustaining meaningful culturally appropriate jobs.
Councillor Chappell.
Look, just to the amendment, I know when the proponents of this event brought it to council, they were suggested to have a charity partner. So that's why I know they have a charity partner, and I know Mr. Clark and the former mayor were in that meeting. I know they've been working really hard. It's a bunch of volunteers working to put together a frankly quite complicated event plan, all on volunteer time. And I don't know if you've organised events, but an event in March really does need to have certainty about whether it's going to happen, in November at the latest. I understand this has already been pushed back a few meetings, so I would ask that people vote against the amendment, that we support this event. I fully support having a more integrated process in future where we have more information about events and things that we're funding through this. But I would say in this case, these guys have done everything right. They've jumped through every hurdle. They've had to do quite a lot of paperwork fully as volunteers to put on an event that they really care about for the local community. Nobody's making a buck out of this except Indigigrow, who will do quite well. And I really think we should support it.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? I will put the amendment. All those in favour? Against? No. I declare the amendment lost. There's been a call for a division. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise. I don't think we need a seconder for a division. Yeah, seconder for a division.
Second division.
Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Burst, Councillor McCafferty and Councillor Hamilton. All those against the amendment, Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. We'll now move back to the motion. Are there any further speakers on the motion? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour of the motion? Aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to MM 60/23, celebrating 30 years of bushcare volunteers. There is, but that one's afterwards. It's after. We're on to MM 60/23, celebrating 30 years of bushcare volunteers. Councillors, again, I will take this as read. I think we can all attest to the absolute dedication and hard work of our bushcare volunteers every single day, every time we move around our neighbourhoods, our parks, our beachside areas, our reserves. We see the result of those just thousands and thousands of hours that these volunteers have put in for no reward other than to see the growth and the regeneration of our landscape that's there to provide native habitat for our wildlife and for the benefit and enjoyment of our community. Council held an event on the weekend. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend, but I know Councillor Olive, Councillor Pandolfini, and I believe others were, and Councillor Nielsen, so I didn't know everyone who went. And I'd like to thank staff for putting that on. It was very much appreciated, and we'll be looking to see what else we can do to celebrate this milestone in the coming weeks. Councillor Olive.
I attended, and it was a wonderful event, with bush band and, dancing and just a real sense of community and, people who are volunteers who are out there working to try and, restore our native vegetation and fauna as well. And I just thought that it was a wonderful event, and so it's fabulous that it's been 30 years and, council has had, a large part to do with that, and that's great.
Thank you, Councillor Olive. Councillor Pandolfini.
I would also just like to thank the staff that put it on. It was an absolutely beautiful afternoon, and as I left, they were all dancing together to a bush band, which was just absolutely beautiful. Danny said. Oh. Anyway, yeah, it was just a wonderful afternoon. So congratulations to all of them, and thanks to the staff for putting it on. It was very fitting.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I also attended. I was a bit late because I had the Let's Chat Central Ward, but so I missed most of the speeches, but got to still talk to some of the volunteers, read all the posters about the area they do, and enjoyed listening to the band.
If there is no further discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried.
Just for a point, in case anyone asks, the next mayoral minute, if I am right, is MM 62. There's no 61. So in case, just for the minutes, for the sake of the minutes, just that there's no 61.
No. Thank you, Councillor said. We will amend that. Oh, there is. Yeah, that's a mayoral minute. A councillor said there is a 61 in closed session, correct. Councillors, so we will move to MM 62/23, support for the rally to restore cardiac surgery at Sydney Children's Hospital, Randwick. Councillors, we heard from today's speaker how important it is not only to the staff and families, but to everyone in our community, not only in Randwick, but more broadly across Sydney and New South Wales, with over 78,000 signatures on the petition. that's one of the most successful petitions I've seen, even though it hasn't been tabled, the petition is still running. That is certainly an extremely successful petition and just shows how important this is to everyone in our community at any time, for those of us who are parents or who have nieces or nephews, grandchildren or friends, the children of loved ones, friends and family. We know that kids get sick, kids get into accidents, things happen, and it's not always in any way possible to predict the outcome or how children will go through these things as it is with adults. Following on from the petition, the community is holding a rally this weekend at High Cross Park at 10 a.m. They are seeking council support. We have put a figure of up to the value of $2,000. It is my understanding it is likely to cost way less than that, as they were hoping to obtain most of the PA and so on, free of charge through other supporters. And so this figure is there as an absolute contingency. So I commend the motion. Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Madam Mayor, I want to commend you on this motion and also on what you've done for this wonderful group of nurses and to save the cardiac unit. Ivan Chen, when I met him for the first time, brought to my attention that there was little media traction and there weren't many people. They didn't have the kind of support they have now. And I guess I'm preparing my speech when you hand it over to the next, but part of that speech will say that your legacy was that you saved the cardiac unit. That's what I'm going to want to say, and that's what I'll say. So thank you for your leadership on this issue. Mr. Chen over there, Ivan, will support me on that. As I said, when we started on this journey, we had few friends, but now we have not just friends, we have the whole community on side, and the number of petitions. This became a political debate when it should have been a community debate. And because it was political, a lot of people shied away from it, and it was let's call it for what it was. It was a broken promise. So people tried to cover up, but Ivan Chen and others, and yourself, Madam Mayor, you brought it to the attention of the public, you brought it to the attention of the media, and you said, enough is enough. A promise was made, this is going to save lives, we want something done about it. And I commend you on it, and you will have my support on this as long as you stay true to the path. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillor Chappell.
I just want to briefly speak in favour of the motion. I think we've canvassed at length kind of how important it is to have this in our area. In doing my due diligence on this matter, I actually had a look at a bunch of the published reports that are available comparing the outcomes for the two hospitals. And the reports recommend retaining both of them. Like that, there is no clear finding in these reports. I thought, maybe Labor got into government and they saw something, they read the report, and actually it wasn't the right thing to do anymore. And actually, from the publicly available reports, that is just not a supportable outcome. I'd also like to thank Ivan for coming by on the weekend to the Let's Chat and giving me a whole ton more information about why this is the right thing for us to be doing, and I commend the motion to the Council.
Thank you, councillors. If there's no further discussion, I'll put it. Councillor Burst.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to commend you on this motion. Children's welfare and health should never be a political football, and unfortunately that's what's happened. People have reneged and turned their backs on the children of this area, and we need to fight, and I'll be standing out there side by side with everybody to fight for this, because if we don't fight for our children, who are we ever going to fight for? Yeah. So I will be supporting this, and thank you very much.
Good on.
Thank you, Councillor Burst. If there are no other speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Call for a division. Seconded by Councillor Luxford. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Hamilton. I'm sorry I missed you there at the beginning, and the Mayor. All those against, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker and Councillor Wilson. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, would you wish to have a 10-minute break now? Okay, I'll call for we will meet back here at 9:05.
will give you everything you need. Said you better sit down, my son, and listen carefully. Well, if you just out feeding my child, I swear you will live eternally. Kneel down on my knees. Well, then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will give you everything you need. Then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will kneel down on my knees. Well, then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will give you everything you need. If you just out feeding my child.
Sorry, probably didn't need to stand, but anyway. We'll now move, is there any urgent business? There being no urgent, oh, yes? No? No urgent business. We'll now move through the agenda items in seriatim. We'll go to CP 42/23 Eastern Suburbs Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Strategy Consultation. Unchallenged. CP 43/23 Update on relocation of the Wildlife Rescue Wires Volunteer Facility to the Sustainability Hub at the Randwick Community Centre, challenged by Councillor Chappell. CP 44/23 Reports from Fire and Rescue New South Wales, unchallenged. CP 45/23 Variations to Development Standards under Clause 4.6 to 1 to 31 October 2023, unchallenged. CP 46/23 Draft Planning Agreements Policy 2023 challenged by Councillor Olive. CP 47/23 Royal Randwick Racecourse Hotel Proposal challenged by Councillor Olive. CP 48/23 Randwick Junction Town Centre Development Control Plan Review Part D3 Randwick Junction Town Centre. We have to challenge that. We have to vote. I think we have to vote on it. It's a planning matter, yeah. CP 49/23 VPA Letter of Offer challenged by Councillor Hay. CP 50/23 Councillor Hay. CS 50/23 State Emergency Service Proposed New Location Councillor Olive. CS 51/23 Reducing Dumped Rubbish and Waste to Landfill in the Randwick LGA, unchallenged. CS 52
challenged, Councillor Parker.
52 Draft Maroubra Beach Precinct Plan of
Challenged.
Management and Master Plan, Councillor Parker. CS 53/23 Stan Wyndon Memorial Playground Upgrade and Relocation Grant Reserve, Councillor Olive. Councillors, I will ask you to wait until I've read out the items before raising your hand, just for fairness. Okay, CS 54/23 Coogee Beach Amenities Concept Design Options, unchallenged. CS 55/23 Burrows Park Community Consultation Outcomes, challenged by Councillor Pandolfini. CS 56/23 Activation of Broad Arrow Reserve for Overflow Parking. I saw Councillor Parker.
Yeah, but Madam Mayor, she hadn't read the whole.
I'm pretty sure I did read overflow parking.
I would actually challenge that you hadn't completed.
All right. I will look, it's very hard to read and then look up and I just see whose hand is up, but I will do my best next time with councillors' indulgence, thank you. CS 57/23, re-establishment of the existing alcohol-free zones in Randwick for 2023 to 27, unchallenged. CS, yes. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld. CS 58/23, proposed off-leash dog parks, Kensington Rotary Reserve and Emily McCarthy Park, consultation. Unchallenged. CC 28/20, you have to wait. Sorry, Councillor Parker. CC 28/23, Randwick Markets Program, have your say consultation outcomes and recommended actions.
Challenge.
Challenged by Councillor Parker. CC 29/23, membership to Business Sydney, unchallenged. CC 30/23, community investment program, October 2023, unchallenged.
Do you require that challenged?
I don't think if I'm just reading it out.
No?
No.
Okay, no worries.
CC 31, are you sure? Yeah. Sorry, we will just check that. If you can just wait a moment, thank you.
Is it your intention to be in the chair, Councillor Veach, or Mayor Veach?
Yeah, I'll need someone to challenge that.
challenge
I will
that.
need to move.
Thank
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Parker. It's okay. CC 31/23, float to survive evaluation outcome, Councillor Burst. CO 66/23, update to audit risk and improvement committee charter, unchallenged. CO 67/23, quarterly budget review, September 2023, unchallenged. CO 68/23, investment report, October 2023, unchallenged. CO 69/23, monthly financial report as at 31 October 2023, unchallenged. CO 70/23, updated long-term financial plan 2023 to 33, unchallenged. CO 71/23, Code of Conduct complaint statistics, unchallenged. CO 72/23, draft council meeting schedule 2024, unchallenged.
Challenge, sorry, challenge.
Sorry, which one was that, Councillor Hamilton?
CO 72/23.
Okay. CO 73/23, operating hours, Christmas and New Year 2023 to 24. I will challenge this one. Do I have a mover for the unchallenged items? Councillor Burr, seconded by Councillor De Souza. Sorry, I will put it. All those in favour, all those against, I declare that carried. What is the first one? We'll move to CP 43/23, Councillor Chappell.
Thank you. I was just seeking, seconder?
Seconded by Councillor De Souza.
I was just seeking.
But what is it that's being moved?
Councillor Chappell is about to speak.
No,
moving
but
as
my
per the
point,
business
Madam
paper.
Mayor, is what has been being moved.
As
So
per the
Councillor
business
Chappell
paper,
stood up and
Councillor
said,
Hamilton.
I need a seconder.
Yeah, well,
I'm talking to the Mayor, Councillor Chappell. I asked the
believe
question.
Councillor Chappell is moving as per the recommendation on the business papers. You may not have been able to
Thank
hear
you
it
for
via the
making
link.
that
Thank
clear.
you.
Yes, I didn't. Thank
With Councillor De Souza seconding. Thank you, Councillor Chappell.
Thank you. I just want to speak in support of this motion and in support of the work that Wires does in our area. I really appreciated them coming along tonight to talk to us about that work. And I think that this is a real important asset in our environment park, showing the role we have in not just protecting the environment in our local area, but in also responding to threats to wildlife in our area. There's lots of wildlife carers in our area, so not just the ones working at this facility, but the ones who take animals. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this room has at some point in time rescued a creature in our area and had someone from Wires carefully come and pick it up, and they all have to have the required skills, the required immunisations, the required training, the required equipment. Like, it's an enormous volunteering endeavour, and I think it was just worth pulling out and recognising them here properly.
Thank you, Councillor Chappell. Councillor De Souza.
I too would like to compliment the people volunteers that do this work. I often think of Samuel Taylor Coleridge's line, "He loveth best, God loveth best, all those things, both great and small." And it's so important in this community to have different layers which help consolidate that sense of community we're so proud of. And volunteers such as this do something, especially with climate change, as the lady mentioned, so important, so prevalent. Animals are also suffering, and organisations like this help save lives, animal lives, and give many animals a second chance. So I hope we all can support this resolution, and I compliment the councillor for moving it. Thank you.
Amendment. I have an amendment.
Councillor Hamilton, would you like to read out your amendment?
Yes, I sent the amendment through to David Kelly that change the entire recommendation on the business paper to these 2 points. That Council A seek a contribution from Wires of $100,000 for completion of this project, and then B, to defer all remaining points. So that means defer endorsing an additional $400,000, including contingencies, endorsing the concept design attached, and if approved, to also defer that it's exhibited to the for a subsequent license, blah 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 blah, until Wise confirms that they will contribute amount sought in A of this report. I think
Councillor Hamilton, I'll see if Councillor Chappell would like to accept the amendment, and if not, we'll ask for a seconder, and then we'll move to the debate. Councillor Chappell does not accept the amendment. Is there a seconder for Councillor Hamilton's amendment? Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Hamilton, you have the floor.
Thank you. I believe that we are in a situation here where we're asking council to endorse a set amount of money, and at the same time, we're seeking a separate amount of money from the organisation involved. And it would make sense that we would determine whether the organisation involved will contribute the amount that we're asking. And once we can confirm that, then we can come back and we can vote on everything else. So it seems like a bit of the horse before the cart.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rosenfeld is the seconder.
I reserve my right.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment put by Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Chappell.
Just a question through to the relevant council officer about the impacts of this, noting I think we've already spent $400,000 on work on this site.
Through to the Director of City, through to the Manager of Sustainability.
Through the Chair, we are going to work very closely with Wise to get that $100,000 because they're a not-for-profit and the amount of money is considerable for the organisation. If we were to defer it, the project might be at risk because the time it might take for the board to get the request and then process that request may take a considerable amount of time. They have indicated support, but we're going to work through that at the same time as progress the project.
Councillor Olive.
Yes, I'm speaking against this amendment because WISE is a well-recognised, philanthropic organisation that does great work, and if we allow this as a council to fall over, this could do us great reputational damage, and so I think that we should pursue ahead with the motion as on the paper.
Councillor Hay.
A question through the matter of the relevant officer. We've had we're in the middle of consulting the public about making the environmental levy permanent. Now, that's a genuine consultation with the community. Maybe we do get the environmental levy, maybe we don't. If the community says no to the environmental levy, where will the $400,000 or $300,000 or $400,000 come from?
Through to Mr. McGonoff.
Through the Chair. The levy has money until June 30 next year. The grant is already matched with the money from the environmental levy, and that's what we'll be proceeding with for this project to complete.
Councillor Burst.
I have a question.
Sorry, Councillor Hamilton. I have Councillor Burst, and then I'll go to you.
We talk here about a decision by council now requested either approval, additional funding from the reserve funding of the environmental levy program. How much reserve funding do we actually have?
Through to the Councillor, Mr. McGonoff.
Through to the Chair. I'd have to check on the actual amount that's in the reserve. It's enough to cover this request.
Councillor
I have
Hamilton.
a follow-up question. Yeah. So Councillor Burst's question was on point. Well done. If we're saying taking $400,000 from a reserve and we don't know how much is in the reserve, is it 50%? Is it 1/4? Is it 1/8 of the amount? I think that that's something that the team should know. Can we get an indication? Is it half? Is it under half? Is it an eighth? Is it
through to the Manager of Sustainability?
Through to the Chair, there's enough money in the reserve to cover the full amount requested in this report.
Are there any further speakers? If not, I put it. All those, yeah. I'm moving. We'll put the amendment as put forward by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? No. I declare the amendment lost. We will now move back to the motion. Are there any further speakers on the motion? Councillor Olive, do you wish to close the debate? Sorry, Councillor Chappell. Councillor Chappell, apologies, Councillor Chappell. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? Declare the motion carried. We now move to CP 46/23, Councillor Olive. Draft Planning Agreements Policy 2023.
Mr. Kelly, if you could bring that up. This is just an amendment to the policy, page 20 of the actual policy. It's if you go to page 20, it just has at the end sort of planning agreement register, and it talks about it talks about a planning agreement register that we made available to the public on the council's website. And so the things that you can get on the council's website are copies of all planning agreements, copies of the explanatory notes, and this is a point C, which says sort of details of projects and works funded through the planning agreements. So this would sort of give you a list of the things which have been funded through planning agreements as an additional point. And I think that's just sort of for transparency and openness and information that the additional relevant information for the residents to be have available to them.
Yeah. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chappell. Councillor Chapel, do you wish to speak? So if you're right, are there any other speakers? If not, I'll put it. Councillor Hay.
Can I just quickly ask, through the relevant officer, is this information readily sourced and available at hand? And specifically, it says that this information is to be available free of charge. So is this something we could do free of charge?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this information will be provided with the explanatory note, which is a part of the exhibition material associated with the planning agreement.
Are there any further speakers? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare that carried. We now move to CP 47/23 Royal Randwick Racecourse Hotel Proposal, SSD 38019507. Councillor Olive moved, seconded by Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Olive.
Point C is more or less the original recommendation, but mentions amended submission. Point A is to include that that the additional use, permitted land use, is outside of the that was listed in the LEP. The proposal, as far as it goes, is outside of that additional land use in terms of definition. Okay, speaking to this motion, we've seen that council are putting in this is a state significant planning proposal that council are submitting their submission, and they are saying that there are issues with bulk and size. They're saying there are issues with vehicle access, with perhaps contamination, perhaps with heritage. And then we received an email from the Australian Turf Club to say that they are more or less dismissing all of those particular concerns. That was the tenor of the email as I read it anyway. So, I think that that's our particular starting point. But I think also that if you look at point A, what our LEP says is that additional land use has been granted for hotel accommodation. But what this proposal has is it has indoor and outdoor gaming rooms. It has a registered club, and it has extensive bar facilities, and it will be outward facing. Previously it was inward facing to the racetrack. This will be 7 days a week outward facing. So therefore, I think that this should be an additional point in council's submission. And also, I think that because of the way the ATC has looked upon this, and also I think the adding and growing list of problems with the proposal, that we should add that the development should be opposed by council. If it is opposed by council, what happens is that it's not it's taken out of the hands of the minister to actually make a decision on this. And it goes to the Independent Planning Commission. And with the Independent Planning Commission, as I understand it, residents will have more opportunity to actually send in their particular views on this development, whereas if it goes to the Planning Minister, it will just be decided. I could be corrected on that, but that's my understanding. So therefore, I commend this motion as is to you.
Can I foreshadow the original motion should this fail, please?
Yes, but we'll go to Councillor Nielsen as the seconder. Is there a speaker? Councillor Hay.
I rose to speak against this motion. Firstly, point A is redundant. Now, the plan itself does have a gaming room, but to actually put gaming machines in there is a separate application to the Office of Liquor, Gaming and Racing. So they're telling us up front what they intend to use the room for eventually, but currently it's just a room. So we cannot agree with point A. But as for point B, oppose the development proposal. Randwick Council, if you ask a lot of people across Sydney, across Australia, and perhaps even the world, one of the things that puts us on the map is Randwick Racecourse. It is Sydney's premier horse racing facility, and it is a central hub where we can have major events and major, for example, we are going to be hosting the local government New South Wales there eventually, and we are going to hopefully have world-class events in the area. Now, one of the things we need to do to have world-class events is we need to offer premium accommodation. Now, we do offer some at Coogee Beach, but a lot of people who want premium accommodation will want it near the facility they're having the event. So I thoroughly endorse the proposal as written on the business paper, and I want this development to go ahead. So I urge everyone to vote down Councillor Olive and Nielsen's motion. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor D'Souza, then Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor D'Souza.
Sorry, I had to use the amenities. Madam Mayor, as we're recovering from the economic devastation of COVID, rising interest rates, threat of higher unemployment, and the threat of a recession, it's good to see the ATC has a vision and is offering hope, employment, and an opportunity to invigorate the local economy. This project will help strengthen our sense of community and continue to make Randwick a vibrant, interesting place to live. Friends, we must have the confidence to make change in our city. We can't be afraid to make change that will add, not subtract from its beauty. Let's look at Royal Randwick. There are only 2 courses in the whole world, race courses, that have the word Royal in front of it. And that's a really important thing. It's Royal Ascot and Royal Randwick. And that is so important. It's really a stamp of approval. Royal Randwick contributes $870 million to the New South Wales economy. This is the Ernst & Young report. Directly and indirectly, it makes that contribution. The ATC has office, and this is even before this development is built. It offers 275 full-time employees, 1,500 casuals, 3,000 job activities. It contributes $4.5 billion in social capital annually measured. This is by the London benchmarking system. So it appears that they're an important and an integral part of Randwick City. I often, and I must get a laugh out of this when I go back to my term as mayor, there were 3 things, 3 pillars I always believed were important to the Randwick economy and the city of Randwick. That was the University of Sydney, of New South Wales, the Prince of Wales Hospital, and the Royal Randwick Racecourse. Now, each of these institutions was suffering because we didn't have infrastructure. So Mr. Brownlee and others helped, and we had this vision to build the light rail. Now, the light rail has made a big difference to infrastructure and the opportunity for people from all over Australia and all over Sydney to come to the races. Now that we have this infrastructure, we have to go to the next stage. And the next stage is to build this hotel, to offer accommodation. Those of us that love racing, and I'm proud to say I do, we can see that when you attend the races, you see those happy residents. You see the hope in people's faces where there's despair. And the thing is, even during the Depression, when people had little or nothing, the races helped lift their spirits. It's all about hope. It's all about opportunity. It's all about employment. It's all about stimulating our economy. This is what this development will do. I can go on with facts and figures which I received today about what they call the opportunity costs and the benefits to our local economy. As I said, this is important for Randwick City. This is the future. I would say to every one of us, let's support it. Let's be brave enough to support it, because actually this will make a difference to our community, it'll make a difference to our economy, and more importantly, it will give our residents something to be proud of. When we built that opera house, we sort of, some people that were negative people said, oh, it's too expensive. But now we look back on it and we say, wow, it's iconic. I think we'll say the same about this hotel.
Point of order. Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't think you can conflate the Opera House with a point regarding gaming rooms.
Thank you, and your wisdom is always appreciated. The point I was making, it was the iconic nature of the structure. That's all. I wasn't comparing it about gambling, etc. But anyway, you're quite happy, I'm sure, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, just to make a point about the amendment that's in front of us. It's not about rejecting the hotel. The points there are regarding the indoor and outdoor gaming rooms, which are registered club and extensive bar services. Now, my understanding was that the previous Liberal government did not endorse increasing the amount of pokies in this state. They actually implemented programs that were designed to decrease the amount of pokies in venues and tried to encourage venues away from that. We also passed a motion last year to, to acknowledge the harm that is done by gaming and pokey machines on our community. So I think that what we're asking for here is to include a submission point around those issues, and also to send the design, the high-level architectural design, iconic design, out to the community. So I think it's been misrepresented by the debate there. Thanks.
Councillor Luxford, did you have your hand up? Are there any further speakers on the motion as amended? Councillor Hay?
If I could just briefly respond to Councillor Pandolfini. So basically, I reiterate what I said earlier. We are not currently voting on a plan to put pokies in this area. We are voting on a room that will be subject to pokies later. Now, those pokies, in direct response, those pokies are not new pokie machines. They will be under an existing license. Okay, in the future application, they will be moved from one part of the race course to this part of the race course, is what they're intending to do. Okay. But like I said, that is not the subject of this motion, and if that application is lodged down the road, there will be an opportunity to comment on it then. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? I'll now. Yes.
Division.
So I'll put the you can't close the debate on an amendment. Oh no, you moved it in an amended fashion, so you can. Is that right? No. we'll move to Councillor Olive to close the debate on the motion, and then we'll.
Yeah, I suppose a casino is a room just before it becomes a casino, doesn't it, you know? So, you know, we don't know what's going, it says gaming, we don't know what's going on there. And I would like to just, you know, sort of, I suppose, rhetorically ask the question, how many days are we racing, you know, sort of at Randwick versus how many days will this be open to the public? I'd say, you know, sort of there might be 5, 6, 7 days of racing and 365 days of, you know, poker machines.
Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
If the Speaker doesn't know how many days of racing there is, he shouldn't make assumptions.
Yeah, it's not a point of order, sorry. Councillor Olive.
I mean, I could ask that to the relevant officer, but I don't think that's, you know, sort of, it's trivial, so, you know, so I won't worry about that. We know that it's not substantial. I go by the racing. But anyway, the point here is that Councillor D'Souza was saying that this is, you know, sort of going to support racing, but most of the time it won't have anything to do with racing. It will be to do with, you know, sort of gaming and the public, and this is additional gaming in this area. And so I would like to...
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to point out that Councillor Burst just said that Councillor Olive is making up shit, and I would like him to retract that comment, please.
It's not heard, it wasn't recorded or heard. That's it sounds like Councillor Pandolfini's making stuff up. Her wisdom's amazing.
Councillor Hamilton, you do not have the floor, but thank you. I take Councillor Pandolfini's put, but I did not hear it, so I will have to leave that for now. But I would request all councillors to refrain from swearing in the chamber. We'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No.
I called a division, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I called a division when we were about to go to the vote.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Councillor Hamilton. Okay.
I did call a division.
I apologise, but I did not hear you. You have to take my word for it. You may have had your mute button on. Councillors will go to a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson and the Mayor. All those against, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza. We will now, I declare the motion lost. We will now, it was a motion, thank you, Councillor. We'll now move to the foreshadowed motion.
Second, the foreshadowed.
I'm hearing the councillors in the chamber. Moved by Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded by Councillor Said.
Councillor Hamilton. So I just said
sorry,
that
it's which of you would like to move it? You both said it at the same time.
Well, Councillor Rosenfeld
it needs a
said that he
seconder,
foreshadowed.
and I heard both of them at the same time. So
and I
one
said
of you,
I seconded.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton can second. Is there any debate?
I reserve my right.
Councillor Said. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to speak as the seconder?
I'd just like to say that I think that this will bring a lot of economy into the area. It'll bring a lot of jobs into the area. It is a very substantial and significant and will be a very highly sought after venue as it currently is in its current state. The venue itself is available for so many different types of functions, and they certainly are a venue that I think we should appreciate that we have in our LGA, the size and the capacity to hold multiple venues for not-for-profits, charitable organisations, for UNSW, for the hospital. So it really does cater for the community, but also the broader community in such a way that we should be more grateful that it exists. And so this development, I think, is something long overdue. There are a lot of hotels that used to line the streets around the racecourse, but they all fell into disrepair. Many of them have turned into apartments. There's only one that I can even remember, that's still there as a, semi short-term, long-term accommodation on Allison Road. And so I think that a venue like this is something that is a long time coming and will be very much appreciated.
Councillor said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to reiterate that the actual ATC had an approval for 8 stories, and they've come to the party and lowered it to 7 stories. So they are trying to commit to being a part of community-minded. I personally don't agree with more gaming machines, but that is not part of the submission. And there is a letter on page 49 from Roger Rapallo, a senior planning officer, who says that there are no poker machines proposed. But I do agree with, I will say that if you say you've got a gaming room, you're probably going to have them. But in there it says they're not proposed. The thing is, even I personally hope they don't go in, but in the meantime, it's up to the the liquor and racing department to justify that, and that will come at a later date. But as Councillor De Souza said, that this will create a lot of employment. The racecourse is probably one of our biggest employers, and the thing about the hotel is that it's much needed, and yes, there are only a certain amount of race days, but the beauty of this is that the hotel is right next to it, ticks all the boxes that we've always said we needed. We've got active transport, we've got a light rail right at the front door. You can stay there, you get on that light rail, and within 2 stops you're at the SCG, you're at the Allianz Stadium, and you're in Central Station in 4 stops. You can catch a bus to Coogee Beach. This is the type of tourism and the type of things that we've been crying out for. There'll be entertainment, there'll be lots of employment, there'll be a lot of a nighttime economy, the economy will be boosted. The actual area has been crying out for something like this. It's by a main road, it really affects nobody. And then the people who stay there, I think it's an asset to some of the points in the submission I'd probably take out, but I'm willing to let it go. But I think it's a great asset for the area. And again, I hope that we stop bashing the racecourse and other areas, and we can work together with them, because that is a great lot of land that we can provide parking with for AFL games. It's right next to the light rail. Maybe for the university students can park there. We just need to start talking to the ATC a lot more, start doing things together, which, as Councillor De Souza said, we were doing as part of the Randwick precinct with the university, the racecourse and the hospital. So there's much needed infrastructure, much needed discussions, and I think this is a great asset for the future.
I've got Councillor Luxford, then Councillor Chappell, then Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I totally support this report and the recommendations. As someone who has lived in the area all of my life, who has grown up with the racecourse, supporting the schools that I went to for sports days and various other functions, having known many people, a lot of my friends, their parents were able to get jobs there. It provided a lot of jobs for people after the war. And in the days when we had an RSL club, a lot of the RSL and, as it was known then, the AJC worked together. So a lot of those people were able to get some sort of employment through the racecourse. It is one of our biggest employers in the area, and for Kensington, it provides local employment for people who live within walking distance, and some actually, until the light rail came along, lived on course. It provided housing for its workers. So this is something that is, as Councillor said, has mentioned is much needed, will give some uplift to the area in Kensington, because there's not a lot going for it right now, and perhaps a nice hotel where people can stay and spend money in our local government area will be something that we do need. And, you know, we are pushing for tourism, we are pushing for nighttime economy, we're pushing for a lot of things, and this does tick boxes. So, totally happy to support.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to speak to the motion as it is on the business papers, which is a motion to put in a submission about this proposal, as opposed to a motion specifically about endorsing or not endorsing this proposal. I think the submission actually raises some fairly significant issues about the site, and does so with care and consideration. I think the staff have done a good job in raising those concerns, and I do hope more of them are addressed. I don't think anyone could deny the importance economically and historically of this site for our area, or indeed the gambling and racing industries for our area. It's my personal belief that these industries are increasingly outmoded and will hopefully not become something we continue to rely on as a major part of our economy. But that's also a long transition that we're going to be part of. So to the extent that the council staff have addressed some fairly significant issues with the proposal that is identified here, I think that's a good thing.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I would also like to speak to the motion. What we're debating here is the hotel proposal. It is going to be of benefit to the community to have a hotel where people can come and stay. The issues that we are raising are on the empty gaming room that they are proposing. We do not need more to encourage more gambling and pokie machines in our LGA. We are trying, or the Liberal government, previous Liberal government of the New South Wales, were trying to reduce the harm on the community by reducing the number of poker machines, whether they're the same poker machines or not. The aim of these places is to reduce them, and this proposal does not outline that. So that is the issue that I'm bringing up, not the hotel rooms, not the apartments, not the possibility of having accommodation. These are all great things. The issue is the empty gaming room. The other thing that we have put forward is to ask for community consultation on this large development, rather than just wave it through. And the significant concerns regarding bulk and scale, despite the fact that they did reduce it from 8 to 7 stories, were brought up by the staff, and we did receive an email today from the Turf Club to say that they would not be taken on. So it's important to note those things, that the community will be impacted by those things, and it would have been good to get the community's consultation and opinions on that. Thanks.
Are there any further speakers? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare it carried.
Division.
It's a submission. There's been a call for a division. Is there a seconder? Councillor Burst. I will now move to the division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chappell did raise her hand, Councillor Olive, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Hamilton, apologies, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against, Councillor Pandolfini. I declare it carried. We now move to CP 48/23, Randwick Junction Town Centre Development Control Plan Review, Part D3, Randwick Junction Town Centre. Is there a mover?
I move this as a challenge,
Councillor Hay.
but yeah, I'll move it as per the business paper.
I'll second it.
we've discussed this at length the previous times. It's a good, tasteful development. It brings a lot of community activation and beautification of the streets. So I'll just move as per the business paper. Thank you.
Councillor Nelson reserves her right. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I have a proposed amendment which I've provided to Mr. Kelly, and I have circulated to all councillors. Councillors, the amendment is pretty simple. It adds a point C, that page 116 of the attachment under the heading Building Awnings, Entry and Circulation be amended to include an additional objective that reads, to ensure that awnings are visually unobtrusive, encouraging consistency across the town centre and and enhancing existing heritage, and to add an additional control, two additional controls, the first of which is that building awnings take into account heritage considerations of the building or the surrounding area, and the second bullet point is that are sufficiently set back as to allow tree canopy growth above the awning height. Councillors, I think it's a pretty common sense amendment that I hope builds upon the DCP. I have provided the draft text of the amendment to the Director of City Services and the Manager of the Director of City Planning and the Manager of Strategic Planning, who have provided their comments. I hope with their indulgence that they're not too upset that I did this. I did circulate those comments to councillors for their benefit and interpretation. I hope that it can be incorporated into the motion as moved.
Councillor Hay, do you accept the amendment?
If I could very briefly ask a question through the Mayor to the Director of City Planning. Is this feasible and can be integrated into the plan?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, they are acceptable and meet the intent of the objectives around the DCP in terms of those particular provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Karaku. Yes, I accept the amendment.
Councillor D'Souza, I think you had your hand up. No.
I'll speak very quickly. I just know Randwick and the town centre has been crying out for something like this. I worked in Randwick for many years as a chemist, and it's still a patchwork of shops. There's no real, in my view, it's so different. We need continuity. We need significant projects. We need a master plan, and I think the community will benefit. Randwick will benefit, and it's something we should have done a long time ago. So it has my full support. Thank you.
Councillor Olive.
Mr. Kelly, I've got an addition, an amendment that I would like to make to this. I mean, I suppose that it would just be Part A that I've got there. It would become Part D. And it says, encourage electrification in new builds and remove reference to hydrogen and biogas in the draft DCP. Now, I mean, hydrogen and biogas are very likely to be, important, in our arsenal of renewables into the future, but they're not right now. At this moment, there's a pilot program, where they're trying to, where they're using a mix of hydrogen and and natural gas to power buildings in a small area, but it's 2 to 5% hydrogen and the rest of it natural gas, and this is a pilot program. So what we're going to see, is something which is a long way off. Additionally, I've been told that there is no, if you do have gas on, natural gas on, there's no connection adjustment you need to make to have hydrogen gas, natural gas mix. So basically, so if you're telling people at the moment that you don't really need to electrify, like we did with the HIA developments where we encouraged electrification solely, then you're more or less saying, well, you can also put gas on and have natural gas because hydrogen will just be around the corner, and you will be, renewable ready for that when that comes online. but given that that's going to be a long way away, and we know that, you know, sort of electrification is, you know, considering that if it's powered by solar and wind and various other sources, that this will be, you know, sort of considered renewables and reducing, you know, sort of the impact on the environment. Plus, also, it's been shown that, you know, sort of it will be cheaper to do that than, you know, sort of to have our existing fossil fuel set up. That, you know, sort of we should be just solely encouraging electrification at this point. And if at some later date, you know, sort of, and it won't be council, but it'll be the utilities are able to, you know, sort of pump hydrogen in. That will be all well and good for those, you know, sort of that haven't, you know, sort of utilised the existing or have decided not to go into the electrification route, but, you know, sort of have connected to have gas connections. So I would add this particular amendment to the motion.
Councillor Hay, do you accept the amendment?
No, I do not.
All right, we'll now move to the amendment, which, do you have anything further to add? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to speak? Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Burst.
Hydrogen cars, they're not just a folly of our imagination. There are currently 2 hydrogen fuel cell vehicle models approved for use in Australia from Toyota and Hyundai. However, these are available for special order only and not for everyday use and sale, but they are available right here and now. So I think we need to include hydrogen as an option because they're happening in Australia right now.
Just a question.
Councillor Chappell.
The DCP doesn't cover cars, does it?
Are there any further speakers on the amendment? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour of the amendment, say aye. Going to there's been a call for a division. Is there a seconder? Councillor Blacksford. All right, all those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive and the Mayor. All those against? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst and Councillor D'Souza. I declare the amendment lost. We will now move back to the motion. Are there any further speakers on the motion? Councillor Hay, do you wish to close the debate? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour of the amendment? Of the motion? All those, there's been a call for a division. Planning matter. Okay. Councillor, I can't see Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay. It's unanimous. Yeah. Thank you. We now move to CP 49/23 VPA letter of offer, DA/395/2022. Okay.
I couldn't hear anything just then.
Councillor McCafferty and Councillor Wilson are on the planning panel and have declared an interest and will be recusing themselves from the debate.
I'll be recusing myself on sorry.
Councillor Hay also?
No, I'll be recusing myself on Merrill Minute 80, I believe. Yes. Anyway, I'm moving this in a amended fashion. If I could ask Mr. Kelly to bring up my amendment. I just wanted to add, I have a history of voting against a lot of these VPAs, but I'd like to just also mention that there are many possible things these development contributions can be spent on. And given this is right next to Duke Street Plaza and the Barrel Street Plaza, it's mentioned there that these are ideal projects. This could bring Kensington Town Centre back to life, and these are potential projects that could be funded, and I therefore would like to move it with that extra amendment. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to speak?
I'll reserve my right.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Chappell.
Thank you all. Just a thing that I note every time, but here we are building 195 apartments, and because we've only set the, because the affordable housing target is only 3% of the residential floor area, it is resulting in 6 affordable dwellings, which really is pathetic and disappointing. And I just think as a council, we really do need to give more to our community to keep them actually here. We are pricing out essential workers. We're pricing out the people who teach in our schools. We're pricing out people who work in our supermarkets. You know, we're pricing out nurses, police officers, a whole bunch of people. And if we don't have a serious plan for affordable housing that is more than a paltry 3%, we're going to lose it. And we are going to be an area where you can only afford to live if you're rich, or if you've somehow got you know, money to burn for a short period of time. It's just going to be a transitional neighbourhood where you can't actually make a life. And I just don't think that's good enough.
Thank you, Councillor Chappell. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I'll start off with a question that, following on from Councillor Chappell. We did put in for 10%, so Council has tried, we got knocked back. I'll just ask the Council Officer.
Through the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, the 10% was referring to the housing investigation areas or part of the rezoning under the LEP last year. These affordable housing rates were based on the Kensington and Kingsford strategy and were determined given the value capture that would be allowed at the time to still have the development being feasible within the town centre.
Yes, so at the time they were probably the best we could do. And even the actual VPA itself, the dollar figure was above. By memory, we got 2% or something and it was only 1.5 or something. It was, so we actually got above, so we did fight for something and got a little bit correct.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the 712 contribution was increased from the standard rate of 1% to 2.5% for the Kensington and Kingsford town centres, as well as the introduction of a community infrastructure contribution, which for this development is approximately $2 million to be put to public domain, landscape and other infrastructure improvements.
Thank you. Actually, Madam Mayor, all I wanted to say was I'm actually, after all these years of Westwarders knocking back the VPAs, and the VPA money can only go in the West Ward, I'm so happy that it actually, rather than knock it back, is actually proposed to go somewhere, which is actually their entitlement to do because it's their ward, so they can actually pick and choose. And I'm glad this is starting to happen, and all good faith to you. You've got something like, there's $2 million buildings coming up nearly every second week now, so plenty of money for the West Ward. I would just wish we had it our way.
Councillor Luxford, then Councillor Olive.
Just a question through to the Director. Didn't this particular development was supposed to have laneways and etc., and the laneways and things have been taken out of this one? We were going to have little lanes and, you know, all this business in Baronia Street from Anzac Parade coming through and between the buildings, but I believe they were perhaps already taken out and amended. Is that correct?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a north-south link through this particular site under the previous development control plan. Council resolved to modify that, and what is being introduced in its place is an east-west link that connects Anzac Parade to Baronia Street and a connection to Duke Street as well. And that was primarily to facilitate a supermarket being able to be provided given the configuration required for that to occur on this type of site.
So have we got the guarantee that the supermarket is actually coming?
Through to Mr Kyriakou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This development is for private residential apartments.
Councillor Olive. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll put it. We'll go direct to a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? Councillor Luxford. I declare the motion carried. We'll move on to the next one, CP 50/23, 77 to 103, Anzac Parade, and 59A to 71, Baronia Street, Kensington, DA/395/2022, moved by Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr.
I'll
Kelly.
second it.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
To ask Mr. Kelly to bring it up in an amended form. Yes, and note this amended form, any submission to the Sydney Eastern Planning Panel should reiterate that Randwick Council's position is that the size of the supermarket be increased to a full-service supermarket so that the supermarket can fully serve the local community and regenerate local businesses along Anzac Parade. We've all heard me give many speeches on the topic of supermarkets and their importance to revitalising business in Kensington, so I won't repeat myself, but I just wanted to include it in the report that we send. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to speak as the seconder? Councillor Hamilton reserves her right. Are there any other speakers? If not, sorry, apologies.
Mr. Kelly, can I ask you to add the word?
Can we make that bigger
For
us blind people?
In the
I can't read it down.
They just made it bigger on the back screen.
Mr. Kelly, in the third line, serve the local community and regenerate. Could you add the word "and" between community and regenerate? Thank you very much.
There's no further speakers. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, okay. So while I support this, I would like to draw the councillors' attention to the fact that we have been trying for more than 20 years to get a supermarket back in Kensington, and which is something that I do fully support. A previous councillor worked his arse off, and to no avail to get a supermarket back into Kensington. I hope and fully wish that we can get a full-size supermarket there, but the best I think that we will do is a metro, if anything at all, because for some reason the supermarkets do not want to come anywhere near Kensington.
Are there any further speakers? I will put the motion. We'll go straight to a division. All those in favour? Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza, and Councillor Hamilton and the Mayor. All those against, declare that carried. We'll now move to CS 50/23, State Emergency Service proposed new location for SES Randwick Unit Facility and Headquarters, challenged by Councillor Olive.
Basically, I just want to ask a question, if I might, to the relevant officers. There are three different zoning choices put forward here.
Just for a moment, would you or someone else like to move this?
Okay, well, I'll move it, but, sort of, but...
Councillor Olive, are you moving the motion or not?
As long as I can ask a question.
Yeah, Councillor Olive, seconded by Councillor Luxford. I saw Councillor Luxford.
Okay,
Councillor Olive.
Okay, yeah, it's just on page 108, the diagram for 1905 Botany Road. It just has, sort of the outline there, and under the three zoning proposals, with that, well, let me go back. That shows a creek with sort of vegetation there. Would it be likely that would be built over if the SES building goes ahead, the SES development goes ahead? There are three different sort of zoning propositions here. Does that make any difference to the SES border, sort of area at all? To the relevant officer.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Madam Mayor, the proposal for the development of the actual SES facility would more than likely sit on the 1903 site, however, may be extended into 1905 as per the diagram that you mentioned, Councillor. The extent would be unlikely to encroach, however, the planning proposal analysis would consider that in full detail and come back to Council.
Councillor Luxford, would you like to speak as the seconder? Councillor said.
Actually, just to clarify Councillor Olive's question, because I thought the same, because obviously you can't go anywhere near the creek, but there is a diagram that shows the creek included. I think that's just showing that that's part of the Crown land allotment.
Yes.
But, so, is it virtually easier to say that it will just line up with that grassed area on figure 3 where the existing building is, but it's a tiny building, but it would just virtually be from the road on that grass and go nowhere near the actual creek? Is there sort of a guarantee that that won't happen?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
I have a question, if I may, also. If this motion is carried tonight, does that provide the final endorsement for the extension of any proposal into that site, or would it be, if it were to go to the planning panel, for example, would that underscore that going through?
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, I note to Council the recommendation is to just provide endorsement of that particular site of the three noted in the report to be chosen, but then the three options further analysed and a planning proposal developed. But to answer your question, Madam Mayor, that would be brought back to Council for approval prior to any lodgement or planning proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Hay.
If I could briefly speak to the motion, I sent an email to Mr. Engineering, our Manager of Technical Services. If everyone could briefly look at my phone, that's the flood map of that specific area. So now obviously you don't want the SES building being taken out in a flood because that's our emergency hub area. Now, exactly. So I satisfy myself that the building itself is sufficiently high enough above the creek to not be a major issue, and if it does encroach too much further into the creek, that is a problem. But 1903 is a great place to put the SES building, so I'm happy to endorse the motion. Thank you.
If there are no further speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare that carried. We now move to CS 52/53 draft Maroubra Beach Precinct Plan of Management and Master Plan, challenged by Councillor Parker. Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move this in a very slightly amended fashion. I just add a point D, that council staff prepare a resourcing strategy to progress the high priority / time frame brackets 1 to 2 years in close brackets, and medium priority / time frame. There's an error in there, but you'll understand it. And medium priority / time frame 3 to 5 year actions identified under the plan. Full stop. Fortunately, I believe the point before one of them allows typographical edits, which I'm sure the directors will facilitate of that particular one, but you get the intention. Councillors, I commend the master plan. I note that it has been, and plan of management, it has been some time in the making. I commend council staff for the extensive work and consultation which they've put into this. This is a common sense amendment which simply resolves for council to prepare a resourcing strategy to progress some of the highlighted outcomes under the plan. I note in a recent briefing the General Manager emphasised the importance of actually resourcing these plans, considering we have adopted them. I note that any resourcing strategy by definition would need to come back to Council regardless. For that I commend the report.
Councillor Rosenfeld was the seconder, then Councillor Chappell.
Yes, thanks. It's great to see this report for Maroubra Beach. We have been waiting a while, but all good things worth waiting for. And it's good to see the pavilion will be getting a good upgrade, and the kids' playground, which I've had a bit of community feedback about, even from a former councillor about that. And yeah, that's great. What I would like to add as well is I had some feedback at Let's Chat from a particular person who asked if it's possible, and I spoke to Todd about this, to add into the draft plan of management in the area where it says the place to have fun, some possible inbuilt chess tables, seats and tables, so that can go to the community for consultation as part of that as well, because it's a growing sport similar to what we have in the Oasis. But fully commend and happy to support the amendment as well from Councillor Parker.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to commend the work that has gone into this plan, and in particular, I think council staff have done a very good job in listening to the community, who have clearly asked for limits on commercialisation of the precinct, who have noted the importance of protecting the outdoor spaces here and the environmental values, and have put in place, I think, what are really important new changes for the area. So the creation of a youth zone, where we're actually looking to support children who have grown out of playgrounds and may not be, going to the skate park, but still do need kind of outdoor activity spaces. So I think that's really positive. I just had a couple of very brief questions, which I should have sent through earlier, but I did not, unfortunately. Where we are on, I'm on page 100 of the master plan. It notes at Marn Pool, provide outdoor showers and drinking fountains. Can I just check if that is in addition to the new amenities block in that area? Are we thinking new facilities there are going to be required, or is that just reflecting the work that we've already done in that space? And I have a few questions, so if I can just keep the call.
Through to the relevant officer.
Through yourself, Madam Mayor. Councillor Chappell, could I just confirm what page you were, sorry, on that? 100? Sorry. take that on notice, Councillor Chapel. However, I do read page 100 as the provision of outdoor showers. So I don't believe we have, I will potentially investigate that, or an outdoor shower on the exterior of the amenities.
And then, sorry, can I also ask, down at the promenade, we're talking about more accessible beach connections, and I note there is a goal in the plan for the beach to be accessible at all abilities. I'm guessing with the surf conditions at Maroubra Beach, we're not talking about a beach mat. Are we thinking of like sand accessible chairs, or kind of how, is there a plan for that yet, or is that still in the contemplation stage?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through yourself, Madam Mayor, that's correct. We wouldn't be looking at a wheelchair accessible mat, but we do have a wheelchair sand accessible bike for Maroubra Beach.
Okay, and sorry, Mr. Clark, probably my last question through the Mayor. Just in terms of the volleyball, the increased amenities down at South Maroubra, it's my understanding that that is just a small storage area, just because I have had concerns raised that the volleyball seems to be intensifying up that end. We're not currently planning more courts or anything, is that right?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Councillor Pandolfini.
I just have a question regarding Councillor Parker's amendment on number D, through to the relevant officer. Are we supporting resourcing a strategy before and while it's on exhibition with this point, with point D? Is that what that point is asking us to do?
Councillor Parker.
The intention behind point D is to resolve that council prepare a resourcing strategy. I wouldn't envisage it coming back before we adopt a plan. It hasn't happened yet for any of the others yet. But if the officers would like to add to that, but it's just that council resolved to prepare one at some point, ideally within that time frame, so that we can progress it.
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, as we discussed at the budget briefing, the council workshop, is for all of our master plans that we do, we intend to bring a resourcing strategy to the council. I think Councillor Park is just alluding to that was picked up at the other night.
Councillor Luxford.
Yep, no, this is all really good. I just have a question through to the relevant director. I note here that we will be upgrading the playground. We're looking at the playground and the youth zone. Will our rocket ship be placed here?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Madam Mayor, I do note that this playground is proposed to be a regional playground, so one of the two largest playground facilities in the LGA, and I am aspirational that we can consider something of that scale.
Just to follow up. Thank you, because we have been gazumped, as I pointed out to you, by Waverley.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Parker, do you wish to close the debate? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour? All against? Declare that carried. CS 53/23 Stan Wyndon Memorial Playground Upgrade and Relocation Grant Reserve, challenged by Councillor Olive.
Yes, I would like to present this in a deferred manner, in an amended form, just to defer this for a briefing before we make any decisions on this particular. And basically because I think that, sort of this presents a perfect opportunity to try and, garner the ideas of stakeholders. Also, I think that this is quite, sort of a large move, given that, sort of people have a huge affection for grant reserve. And so, sort of I think, and also it is part of the coastal walkway. And so I think that, sort of it behoves us to actually consider all the possible variables in this and some of the other permutations, and ask a few questions around this, sort of as to, how the decisions to move the existing playground south into Grant Reserve was made, and why it was made, and, sort of, are there any other options at all? I think that, sort of, there would... Oh, I put that amendment on. That's... I've changed that. Sorry, Ms Gill, I don't need that one, but thank you very much. But I'm just going that... I'm just putting up that this be deferred to a briefing so that we know more about it. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen, do you wish to speak as a seconder?
I think that's a very good way of moving forward, because although I think what's planned is potentially probably very good, I think it's very good for us to be much more aware of what it is that we are proposing moving forward, and it'll be a lot easier for us to talk to members of the community if we ourselves are more across the brief here, and I think it's just a way of us getting more reassurance. And then the briefing will come, after we've had the briefing, the matter comes back, and then we can make any other further recommendations or decisions. Yes?
Councillor Hay.
I'll speak against this and I'll foreshadow moving it as per the business paper. Councillors, if we look at what's being proposed, recommendation A, council officers proceed to develop a master plan. B, proceed with the development of a concept design. C, cost planning and funding strategy be prepared. And D, the outcomes reported back to council. What are we getting briefed on if we haven't developed the master plan? What are we being briefed on if we don't have a concept design? Councillors, I think that we are looking at spending $5 million on a beautiful world-class play facility, and it's befitting that we should have. We could put it somewhere. Oh, that's fine. But look, I remember playing in Grant Reserve as a kid and climbing that giant spider web. By all means, we can have a beautiful facility, and if we're going to be briefed on something, I'd rather be briefed on the master plan and the concept design, and I don't see why we need to be briefed on the principle that we will have a master plan developed down the road. I want to be briefed on an actual plan, not this, so I will foreshadow as per the business paper and urge everyone to vote against this.
I'll second that.
It's just a foreshadowed motion. Are there any other speakers on the motion as amended by Councillor Olive? If not, I'll put Councillor Chappell.
I just want to speak briefly to it. Just, I mean, as a frequent user of this playground over recent years, like, it is very clear something does need to happen here, but I think relocating it as it's going to do is going to cut the park in half there. And I know at least the Running for Premature Babies event that council sponsors every year uses that oval as is, and I think probably local sports, local schools do, and casual sport, etc. I just think it's the right thing to do, just to know a little bit more about it before we make a decision. I think what's proposed looks really good, but also it's the first time I've seen it in the papers, and I have a bunch of questions that I'd love to not bother Todd with from the floor.
Councillor Olive, do you wish to close the debate?
Yes, I do. I mean, like, you know, the first point says that we endorse the relocation, and sort of, you know, we find out more about that. But also, you know, sort of whether we think, you know, sort of the consultation, do we need more consultation? Do we need more community input? It doesn't sort of stipulate anything like that. There could be really, you know, stakeholders could have some really good ideas about, you know, sort of how you would restructure this in this way, because it's a rough outline here. I'm not saying that it's a bad proposal. I'm just saying, you know, sort of that it would be really good if we knew more about it, and then we do have other options, like, you know, sort of going out for, you know, consulting the community first or some such thing, but we can discuss that.
I'll put it. There's been a call for a division. He's foreshadowed.
I've only foreshadowed.
He's only foreshadowed. So Councillor Olive has closed the debate. There's been a call for a division. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chappell. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said and the Mayor. All those against, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Burst and Councillor D'Souza. I declare it carried.
Madam Mayor, as it's getting quite late and we've got a fair bit to go through, I'd like to move a procedural motion to restrict speakers to 2 minutes for the rest of the meeting, please.
Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Said. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? No. Declare it lost. I declare it lost. We'll move on to CS 55/23 Burrows Park Community Consultation Outcomes, challenged by Councillor Pandolfini.
Thank you. I have an amendment that I send through to David. So I'm proposing here that the field isn't, the expansion of the field isn't, we do not source a quote on expanding the field. I think that in the current economic climate, I find it very difficult to understand why we would spend this money on a field to support what I understand is just 2 extra games per week. The community engagement on this has not been fantastic and has not been helpful as a councillor to talk the community through and to reassure them. I definitely spent a lot of time reassuring the many people at the multiple meetings that we held with all of the local, MPs and councillors, with over 120 people at each meeting, that once the community survey came out, they would have their opportunity to make it very clear how they felt about it. When the community survey came out, I did make it known to the relevant officer the disappointment that I felt on the question, which I'll just read out here. How supportive are you of council undertaking design work to determine the feasibility, cost and impact of extending the sports field to enable kids older than 13 years to play on the ground? The response from the community was overwhelming that it was quite a leading question. And I was hoping that the community consultation would be very neutral and would provide the community the opportunity to make their feelings known around the field, but also around the very extensive and deliberately enthusiastic request to upgrade the building. So, there is a lot of support to upgrade the amenities to ensure that all of the players can, change and of all genders, and that people can continue to use the field as it was. I think that the suggestion that people don't support sports fields in this LGA is really demeaning to the community, because we spend like $1.9 million a year simply maintaining fields in the LGA. We are an LGA known for our support, overwhelming support, ratepayer support of sports, which is fantastic. And I don't think that this was a respectful community survey. I also, as I said, can't understand why we would spend so much money in these economic time on 2 extra games per week. I personally am still waiting for more money to be put towards what 90% of this community has asked, which is arts and cultural facilities. We had a 19.85% rate increase across 3 years to fund a list of 9 projects, which included upgrading the La Perouse Museum, building an arts and cultural centre, upgrading the Randwick Literary Institute, none of which have happened. So you cannot suggest that this community and that our ratepayers do not support sport and do not support sports fields. I think that we all do. And I think that it would be better to be using that money to go elsewhere. So Yeah.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Olive, do you wish to speak? Councillor Nielsen.
I want to foreshadow that
Madam Mayor,
I want to foreshadow that I'll be moving the the recommendation on the business paper.
You're foreshadowing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, did you wish to speak?
yeah, just to second that. That's what I was going to do. Foreshadow as per the business paper.
So you're seconding Councillor Nielsen's. Oh well, we don't need to second it.
Yeah.
Councillor Chappell.
Just to speak briefly to the motion, I mean, I think this is a very proportionate response that reflects the issues that there were consensus on in the community survey, and the issues that we've all had a large number of constituents contacting us about. I think upgrading the amenity block in this space is clearly very necessary, and I agree with Councillor Pandolfini that the utility of expanding a sports field for a total of 2 games at very significant cost, including environmental impacts and kind of amenity impacts, is hard to kind of see. That's all.
Councillor Said, then Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, in the note, the words of another former mayor, when I was the mayor, I went out there in 2019, went with the state member, council officers, because the Clyde Crocodiles at the time, that was probably one of the worst examples of a amenities building I've seen. The ground was atrocious, and unfortunately at the time everyone was getting their grounds improved, and I really did feel sorry for them. So we did put a plan in, that was 4 years ago, that we would upgrade the field and we would upgrade the amenities. At the time everyone was supportive, and it's one of those things where you can't say it's only 2 games a week, because it's one of those things, if you build it they will come. To have over 13s to play, you have to have an international size field, which does not mean that there's international games played there. It does not mean that there's first grade games there. So no one needs to panic. But the thing that it does mean is that you can play over 13s, and the club has always had a great reputation and is very successful. And it just needs a good facility to maintain the children that they've got, or the kids they've got. Players of both female and males, they have to travel now because they play for the Crocs, but they might have a home ground virtually somewhere else because they can't play there, because you can't play on a field that size. This is just proposing that we plan to say where we put the amenities block, how we build the amenities block, where the field will go. Then the community can have their say and say, look, that's just too big, it's too exaggerated, it's too whatever. But something needs to happen, and it should have happened 4 years ago, and unfortunately it's taken this long, but hopefully we can go out to community consultation and the community can have their say when it comes back. And the good thing about the community consultation is that it puts to lay all the exaggerated proposals, like, you know, there's going to be a grandstand, there's going to be whatever else, there's going to be something else, and it's an expansion of the field, and the amenities block will be improved. And then if it does encroach on the dog park, if it does encroach on any of the ground, we'll know when it comes out, when the plan comes out. When the plan comes out, we can make the decisions based on the community's values.
Councillor Hay.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question and then speak to the motion. My question is through the Mayor to the Director of City Services. Is it possible to have a design that it is possible to build a design that just extends the field east, but is it also possible to make a design that splits the difference, extends it a little bit west as well as a little bit east?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The master planning exercise essentially seeks to investigate all possibilities, moving only east. I do note the complexities there, but we will test all possible options.
Yes. So I asked that question to both speakers who came earlier today. I think a lot of the opposition was based on a presumption that it would only just push east and take out some native bushland. Ultimately, I think it's possible to go back to a master plan and explore all possible options, and then come back to the community with a much better solution. Also, I'd like to give a special shout out to the gentleman in the public gallery. He's a coach, a parent of 3 kids in the Clovelly Crocodiles now. When your kids turn 13, they have to leave their club. I think it's, and they don't get to keep playing with the people they've always been playing with. Sorry? Yes. So ultimately, we are breaking up the Clovelly Crocodiles when your kids turn 13. We have an opportunity to potentially help the kids play together for a longer period of time. Yeah, all the friends you've had throughout your childhood, retain the bonds, retain the friendship through your adolescent years. Based on the advice of the Director of City Planning, I think we can hopefully, the opposition I think was largely based on the principle that it would encroach on the native bushland, it would encroach too far, but I sincerely think that it is possible that a new master plan could do that appropriately, and I urge everyone to vote down this and go with the foreshadowed motion.
I've seen a hand up from Councillor Pandolfini. Do you have a question? Because if not, I'll go to Councillor D'Souza because you would be closing the debate. Thank you, Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, we must have the confidence to make change in our city. We can't be afraid to make change that will add, not subtract from its beauty. Now, I've said that before, and Councillor Hay said something that was really important. Growing up, we learned the value of sport. Sport, many times, is the glue that keeps a community together. And this park is so important to the whole community. But Bill, I think that was the gentleman's name, the head of the precinct committee, he said, I'm no expert, but I'm willing to listen to the experts. And that's what we've done. We've gone to a panel of experts, and we've got a view. And I'm sure we can do that again. But the point I'm making is, and there are many legal minds here, in a court of law, we value the opinion of the expert. Everyday Joe can come and say, oh, this, and this, and the judge will say, lovely, but you're not an expert. An expert witness is so important. An expert report is so important. We all have our views, we all take positions, but these people are specialists who make a decision on the facts and figures, not only what will be good for our community, but also what the community needs. So I say, let's listen to the experts, let's follow the report. And one other thing about this, we talk about equity and social justice and a fair go for all. As was pointed out by others, this, I'd say this, former Mayor Danny Said said, you like that, Danny? He said that he went around and he saw that this park was begging to be made improved. So in saying that, obviously this is one of our assets that needs TLC, tender loving care, and it needs to come up to the standard of the other parks. Equity, social justice and a fair go for all. That's what this is about, giving all the people in Randwick the same opportunities, even those 13-year-olds that now have to leave and go to another club. As Councillor Hay points out, this is an opportunity to keep the community together, and sport, as I said, is the glue that keeps many families and communities together. So that's why I will be supporting what's on our paper.
I'd like to put the amendment.
Yeah, Councillor Pandolfini had her hand up to close, unless, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to close in saying that I'm disappointed that the councillors have motioned towards future consultation without actually making a note of the many, many emails, the petition that we've received to say that the community was very unhappy with the survey questions that were considered push polling and biased. So if there is to be trust in our community consultations, and if this is to go ahead and to be brought back, then the questions asked need to be neutral. And I would hope that the councillors would support the community who, as I said, 260 odd members of the community on a petition, and the many, many emails that you've received, and no one has mentioned the fact that there's been a disappointment from the community on this, that community consultation is done in a neutral fashion. Thank you.
I will now put the motion, no, it's a motion. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? I say aye. All those against?
No.
Call for a division.
Lost.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Chappell. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive and the Mayor. All those against? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst and Councillor D'Souza. I declare the motion lost. We will now move to the motion foreshadowed by Councillor Nielsen.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And Councillor Hamilton, I'm wanting to, in point D, where it says the outcomes be reported back to council, I'm also wanting to add and go out to community consultation again, just so as we are sure that we are getting the community consultation. It's implied in the report, but following on from what Councillor Pandolfini has said, and certainly in the community meetings that Councillor Pandolfini and I attended, we know that there was concern, as she has alluded to, about the community consultation, the push polling and so on, so that I think that ensuring that it goes out to consultation again, and then that's in our motion here. I'm sure you're okay with that. Is that correct?
Councillor Hamilton?
Councillor Nielsen, if you could ask David Kelly to write the wording up.
Yes,
sorry, I can see it now. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard in here.
Yeah, so it's basically...
so just...
It goes, the outcomes be reported back to council, that's as is in the business paper, and then the new words are, and go out to community consultation again. But perhaps we just don't need the again, just go out to community consultation. Are you okay with that?
I think that's fine.
Okay, and then the reason that I just wanted to also stress to everybody here is the fact that community consultation process has shown that there is general support to undertake design work for an upgrade to the amenities building. However, as this is in the report, and I'm reiterating this because I think it's important for us to all take on board, however, the sentiments were very evenly split on whether design work should be undertaken to assess the feasibility, cost and impact of extending the sports field. But undertaking the design work, including the detailed site investigations, is the first step in determining the feasibility of any changes at Burrows Park. A feasibility study does not mean the project will inevitably proceed. Rather, it allows the impact of any proposal to be fully explored and a recommendation be brought back to council and the community. And I think that's the important point, and that's certainly what the Clovelly Precinct Chair was also saying in his presentation to us. And I think this also gives all of us a much more comfortable feeling as to the way that we should be going forward. So I hope all the councillors support the recommendation as per the business paper here with the small amendment here. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to speak as the seconder?
Yes, thank you. I agree that definitely we should get community consultation. It was part of the business paper and the report here that we have in front of us. I do believe that it's difficult for people to picture in their mind or try to grasp the size and scale of what is being proposed. And so it makes much more sense that the master plan is developed, that the design concept is tangible and written up so that everyone can review it for themselves and then come back. It's a good move. I've been a supporter of the Borough Parks expansion since I joined council in 2017. I went out and I visited. I wasn't a mayor, like councillor said, when I went out, but I went and visited Clovelly Crocs and they gave me a tour. The president and the secretary gave me a tour of the facility, and it just's not fit for purpose. I think that everyone's in agreement on that. And so we should also, I believe, ensure that the playing field matches the future needs as well as the current needs. And it's a long time coming, so I'm very supportive.
If there are no further speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? No. I declare the motion carried. We move on to CS 56/23, activation of Broad Arrow Reserve for overflow parking.
Second.
Challenged by councillor Parker, moved, seconded by councillor Chapel.
Thank you. I move the recommendation on the business paper. Councillors, conscious of time, I will reserve my right, but I think it's a pretty common sense report and the consultation is pretty clear.
Councillor Chapel as the seconder. Reserve your right. Councillor Rosenfeld.
I'd like to move an amendment, and I send that to David Kelly. So basically, keeping B and C, taking A out, and basically putting in council activate Broad Arrow Reserve for overflow beachside parking between December and February on Sundays and public holidays where large numbers of visitors to Maroubra Beach are expected due to favourable weather conditions being forecast. Council also maintain overflow beachside parking for special events that occur at other times. So basically, thanks for the briefing, much appreciated, Todd. What I thought would be the best course of action, given the cost that you mentioned, and you did say it's a lot, like, you know, the worst case scenario with all the traffic controllers and the rangers, but rather than have it from November all the way till March, we have it from December to February, and rather have it on Saturdays and Sundays where weather is favourable. We only look to have it on Sundays and public holidays. So there's a couple of public holidays, as we know, in the summer period, that's basically the compromise I'm looking at. Todd did send me the costs for 1 day rather than 2, even some half days. Well, I'm not looking at half days. It was roughly half. Again, he did mention it's a worst case scenario. Also, if we don't use it as often, the returfing may not be required after the summer's over. The other thing I'll mention is that 34% of residents responded in favour of my actual resolution to have it basically for weekends. That was the largest amount of persons that came back. I do also note that during the consultation period, there's a lot of misinformation around. There was some flyers went out that saying we're turning into a car park, which was never my intention. There was some basically Facebook or social media correspondence saying that we're paving it, quoting Joni Mitchell songs, the like. That was never my intention. All I want to do is open it for a few Sundays, weather in the summer, weather permits, and I hope my fellow councillors will support that. I know it's a polarising issue. There are a lot of people who support it. I fully understand a lot of people that don't. I hear all the feedback. I'm sure my fellow councillors to the left of me do as well. And yep, I ask for your support.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hay.
I'd just like to very briefly speak to the mailer that incorrectly said that it was going to be paved. Now, if that mailer if that letterbox drop hadn't said and made a false accusation that it was going to be paved, I think the community consultation would have been heavily in favour of it. We have to we can't reward misinformation. We have to. When an inappropriate thing is said, that it does skew the results, and we shouldn't. It's not that you. Sorry, when the even with that misinformation, there was a very close result. So I think there is a broad scale community support, even, and it would be even better if that misinformation was not spread. So I urge everyone to vote for Councillor Rosenfeld's amendment.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Said, Councillor Chapel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to ask the Councillor Rosenfeld if there can be a point D that we determine that whether it's going to be open or not, either on a Wednesday or a Thursday, determined by the weather. Then we put it on our website that it'll be closed because apparently it will rain on the weekend, or it will definitely be open because it's going to be sunny on that weekend. Because not a lot of work. It's just on a Thursday, you just read the weather report and say it's going to rain, so we're not opening it. Because we all expected a very long, hot spring and summer, and it's virtually rained every weekend. I think so. There's only been one or two maybe nice days, so we would have actually not opened it for this month, and it could actually happen next month. And I think it's meant to be pouring, as we heard, it's pouring down at Bega at the moment. So maybe for the next couple of weeks, we won't even open it anyway. All I'm saying is that we just put, there will be no parking brought out. That way no one can complain it's not open, and no one can complain. Even on some of those designated days, we just say we're not opening it. That's all I'm saying. We just notify the community, it's open or closed.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I was thinking more Friday, but look, I'm happy with Wednesday or Thursday. I usually know, and it's what Sunday's going to be like on a Thursday. The weather forecasters are fairly good with that, so I'll accept that.
Councillor Chapel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to speak against the amendment, which will be no surprise. I read the results of the consultation. We went out to the community. We asked them. More than 60% of them said either no parking or keep the status quo. So frankly, when we go to the community and we ask them and they tell us pretty bloody clearly, I think it's frankly outrageous to propose that we completely ignore them and, create our own solution instead. They've been very clear. I mean, there is a justification. I could amend this second amendment right now to do no parking, but I've actually looked at the community survey and it does seem there's a split in our community, and I think the recommendation from the council officers gets it right here, gets it right in terms of protecting the parkland here, gets it right in terms of the costs, and we have seen what happens where you use it constantly for overflow, because it happened at South Maroubra. At South Maroubra, we had that extra bit of land down there. We opened that up for occasional parking. Occasional parking got more frequent. It's now paved. That is just an inevitable thing that is going to happen if you increasingly use a parkland that is on sand as a parking lot. I would also strongly oppose the concept of putting notifications on our website. I mean, the reason that it works, that if it's a big event day and you drive down, there's a parking spot available at Broad Arrow, is because we don't advertise it. It's because everybody doesn't get up and go, great, guaranteed parking at the beach. It's because everybody is still motivated where they can to not drive down to the beach on a busy day because they know it's going to be chockers. So they get a ride with a mate, or they see if they can get down early, they see if they can use public transport. We should be encouraging those alternative ways of getting to the beach instead of doing more guaranteed parking. It will just make more people driving down at the beach.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those against?
Aye.
No. I declare that lost. There's been a call for a division. Is there a seconder?
Seconder division.
Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst and Councillor D'Souza. All those against? Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Chapel, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. We'll now move back to the motion. Yeah, by Councillor Parker, I know. Councillor Parker, do you wish to close the debate?
I close the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld. We'll now move on to CS 57/23, re-establishment of the existing alcohol-free zones in Randwick for 2023 to 2027, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, so move it as per the business paper, but the reason I want to speak on this is that we're also recommending on extending the extension of alcohol-free areas from on Green Street to Garden Street from Anzac Parade, which I actually introduced and obtained a resolution last year. And I have had some community feedback from both business holders and also from residents in Green Street that has improved the antisocial problems on Green Street. Hasn't fixed it completely, but it has improved the antisocial problems on Green Street. So I feel very happy, and that has helped that area on Green Street, which was a bad area. Again, there's still work to do, but and the fact that we're going to extend this alcohol-free zone, and I thank the fact that we got some good cross-party support on that resolution last year, and I recommend it's a bit per the business paper.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor De Souza, do you wish to speak? You don't wish to speak? You reserve your right. Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare that carried. Councillor Chappell? No. I have to declare it. CC 28/23 Randwick Markets Program, Have Your Say consultation outcomes and recommended action, challenged by Councillor Parker, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Page 175.
Thank you very much, councillors. I move this in a ever so slightly amended fashion. The changes are in red. The first change is to point C, adding or operators after operator. Point D, once again, has or operators or entities, adding the option for a plural if council staff see fit. There is an additional point E, that council receive a report on the Maroubra Beach site prior to the conclusion of the trial period at this location, considering a potential extension alongside, and I want to emphasise alongside, the Heffron Park site, and that council continue to investigate additional locations for markets across the city. Councillors, this proposed amendment was circulated prior, and I also sent a point of clarification just in relation to this. The intention of this proposed amendment is the recommendation on the business paper currently requests that council engage an operator to operate 2 sites, 5 sites activations at Maroubra Beach in the first instance, and then a subsequent 5 at Heffron Park. I think it is reasonably foreseeable that were the community to like the Maroubra Beach option, that there would be a large amount of public support for its continuation. While not wanting to anticipate it, I think it is a potential option, which is the case. Were we to engage a sole operator, it would essentially leave us in a situation where we would have to choose between one site and not proceeding with the Heffron Park site, which I think is rather unfair to those who would like to see markets at Heffron Park. What this amendment seeks to do is simply facilitate, so give staff the ability to consider 1 or 2 or multiple operators, I might say, if there are suitable EOIs, and for a report to come back to council prior to the conclusion to give us the option, if we see fit, to continue the trial in both locations rather than one location ceasing and then moving to the other. In the event that it is successful, it doesn't commit us to anything, as it clearly identifies that it would be a council report which would come back prior. So it simply stipulates time. The intention for that is to provide council with options rather than to, prior to the trial commencing, really narrow the scope of decisions which we have available to us. I think it's pretty common sense, and I commend the amended motion. Before I do finish, I would like to thank the Director of Community and Culture and the whole team for their extensive work on this. I was pleasantly surprised to actually see this come back as a proposal after several years on council. There had been a lot of discussion on markets, and to see a proposal such as this and at this scale, I think is quite encouraging, and really is a testament to some of the hard work and the really willingness to entertain large-scale change across our area, and reflecting community feedback. So I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on this report to date.
Councillor Rosenfeld is the seconder.
Yeah, and I support the amendments. Thank Councillor Parker for sharing them and also explaining them, because the main thing I wanted is to make sure both sites do have markets and in the trial, because I think both, and thank you to Katie for recommending both sites, because I do think that both sides have really good merit, and I look forward to going down the markets. I've had a lot of feedback from the community, and they are looking forward to the markets, and quite excited about them. I do acknowledge we're lucky in Central Ward we get both markets, but and I have reminded Central Ward residents that they are lucky that we have both markets. Thanks, Councillor Said. So no, happy to support the motion.
I had Councillor Luxford. Did you have your hand up? Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I just would like to support the motion as well. It is really exciting that we are going to have markets. I would also just like to refer to one of the comments that Councillor Luxford made in the briefing regarding the amazing markets at Stanmore, I think it was it? Yeah. With the food and the arts and the crafts and the culture. And I would like to note that as a council, we need to support artists and creatives significantly to ensure that we have people that can come and fill our markets, that have those expertise, that have those skills, that have those abilities to make things and to afford to live in the area. Thanks.
Councillor Parker, do you wish to close the debate?
I do not. Thank you very much.
I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now move on to CC 30/23 Community Investment Program 2023. I need to vacate the chamber, and I'll ask Councillor Luxford to come up.
So do we have a mover for, okay, Councillor Parker?
Thank you. I move the recommendation on the business paper.
Seconded by Councillor Chappell. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak on the motion?
I commend the report to the council.
Councillor Chappell? Do we have any other speakers? None? So we'll put the motion. So all those...
Close the debate.
Would you like to close the debate? I'm getting ahead of myself. Close the debate.
I'd like to thank all councillors for their contributions.
Okay, so we'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried.
We now move on to CC 31/23 Float to Survive evaluation outcome, challenged by Councillor Burst.
I'd like to move as per the conclusions and recommendation, but I'd also like to commend the communications team for a great program, and also they did the video in-house, so which is fantastic. So thank you very much, and I know Josh probably was played a key part in it. So thank you very much. Great program. It's good to see our staff internally rising to the occasion and putting forward a great product. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Said. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Chappell.
Sorry, thank you. Also commending the work. It's an excellent program, and I think it's a really useful message. I've actually had a lot of conversations with people about it since it has come out, and it is really helpful. I just wanted to ask, a lot of the feedback we got in the very thorough feedback report says that one of the things people wanted was the kind of what to do after you floated and survived, and what the kind of next step was. Are we incorporating that in our next set of comms?
Through you.
Through to the relevant officer, thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. We weren't intending on doing that at the moment because we're going to progress with the same material, but if councillors wanted to, then we could. It'll just mean we'd have to reshoot that video, so we'd just delay the project a little bit. If councillors wanted to, then we could, but it would just add a delay to the project.
Was there a hand up by Councillor Parker?
I was just providing a seconder. That's all right.
I had it seconded by Councillor Said. If there's no other speakers, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Yes, we're up to CO 72/23 Draft Council Meeting Schedule 2024, challenged by Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I have a question, and then I'll move it as per the business paper. My question is in relation to April. So I note that the March meeting falls on the 26th of March, and that is the week coming into Easter. So it's sort of it impinges on anyone's ability, that if they have children or not, that they want to go on holidays from that weekend. So it's sort of jumped into the week that they would normally take off on holidays. Now that's flagging that is something that's quite common. But when we go to April's meeting is on the 23rd, which also lands during a week with a public holiday. So there's sort of like another month where if someone did want to take a whole week off and maximise the fact that they've got a freebie on a public holiday, they can't do it. So my question is, why don't we have the April meeting on Tuesday the 30th? And then that way it frees up that week where people might want to take some time off.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor, that's an excellent suggestion. We could simply move that from the 23rd to the 30th of April. It would have no effect on us as far as preparing business papers, as there are 5 Tuesdays in that particular month.
I don't have school.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I don't have school children, but I'm just wondering, how do the school holidays work?
Through to the General Manager or through to the relevant officer.
Is the school closes down and the children don't go into class?
The
and
question has been put through to
the
Director of Culture and Community, and we're just waiting for an answer on to the commencement of the school holidays.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The spring Easter holidays are from the 25th of March to Friday the 5th of April.
Was there
No.
a hand up, from Councillor Parker?
I just had a suggestion. I'm not particularly attached to it, but if there is some confusion, could I suggest that we defer consideration of this until the December meeting? Just so that we can investigate the options.
Councillor Hamilton, are you happy to accept that?
No, I'm not going to be at the December meeting. I think it's fairly straightforward, and the general manager responded immediately, stating that it wouldn't impact the staff, and all I'm suggesting is to move it, and it just falls in line with every other Tuesday in the first half of the year. So I'm not sure why it would pose such a major problem, considering it's a reasonable request. So if I can just put an amendment forward that we move the April meeting from the 23rd to Tuesday the 30th.
Is there a seconder? Councillor De Souza. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put it. The General Manager would like to comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, just to foreshadow to you that the special rate variation for the environmental levy, we may need to call an extraordinary meeting on the 6th of February if we can't get IPART to agree to give us an extension to the time frame that their deadline they have. So we'll put a memo to you. We're currently discussing that with IPART, but if it needs to be, we may need to just call an extraordinary meeting just for that particular item. Just want to highlight that to you.
I have a question through to the General Manager. There had been also discussion about having that meeting on Tuesday the 30th, given that I believe that the IPART deadline is the 5th. Is that correct? Is there a possibility of also considering the 30th of January?
Thank you, Madam. Yes, we can consider both of them. I was trying to have the extraordinary council meeting on a Tuesday and give as much time off over the summer period, but we certainly, if IPART come back and say that no, they won't give us an extension, we could certainly put something on the 30th.
Thank you. I will now put the motion, including Councillor Hamilton's amendment. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. The next item, CO 73/23, operating hours Christmas and New Year 2023 to 2024, which I challenged. I discussed with the General Manager the additional day, Tuesday the 2nd of January, to be closed for staff, which I fully support. However, I did not agree to the naming of it as Mayor Veitch Day because it seems a little bit silly. So I would be happy for it. Obviously, extremely happy to support that day as a day off, but I don't really think Mayor Veitch Day is an appropriate day. Name. Councillor said.
Can I just ask a question of the General Manager? I think it's actually a tradition for the last 20 years or something. There's one extra day, and it is the Mayor's discretion of which day it is. It usually falls in between a Christmas Day and a weekend or whatever, but I think it has happened for a long time, so just accept it. And you are the Mayor, so just take it.
General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is true that the Mayor requested not to have the day named after her. It is also true that it is a tradition that every Mayor that has had the day named after them, and that's why we concluded that in the business paper.
All right, I will leave it as is, but happy to take suggestions in the future. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried.
So, Mr. Kelly, just for the benefit, I'm happy to move it because you'll need a mover and a seconder.
Yes, sorry. Apologies. Moved by Councillor Parker, seconded by Councillor Luxford. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. I don't mind. We will need to call for an extension of time. Could I ask someone? Councillor Burst, seconded by Councillor Luxford. Extension of 30 minutes? I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. We now move on to the notices of motion. We move to NM 75/23, notice of motion by Councillor Parker, Green Space Service Level Review. Councillor Parker.
Councillors, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It's simply adding a service level review to the schedule of reviews. I think it's something which we should do and is overdue, and I would love to see what the outcomes of that review are, noting that it is an object of my repeated attention and strong desire for innovation in this particular area. I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Luxford, do you wish to speak as the seconder? Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. We move to NM 76/23, notice of motion from Councillor Olive, wayfinding signs for toilets in Munda Street Reserve. Councillor Olive.
This is fairly simple motion, just making sure that there's adequate signage to tell you where the toilets are in this complex of the Randwick Environment Park Munda Street Reserve. At the moment, there's one set of toilets at the community centre, but if you go to where the oval is, or if you come from Latham Park direction, there is no indication of where the toilets are at all. They have, you see here a map, and that's the kind of map that you're confronted with, and you can see, if you look on that map, the legend or any of the icons, there's no picture of a toilet, but really right where the community centre is there, that's where the toilets are. And all I'm asking is that you put, say, a little toilet icon there, so that everyone who wants to know if they're picnicking around the oval or something like that, and they want to know where to take the kids, that they know that it's just over the way, and they can just walk to Munda Street Reserve. So I commend this motion.
Councillor De Souza, just second. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Chappell.
I just want to briefly speak to the utility of this as somebody who uses this park frequently, particularly with people who've never been to it before. And even when you're standing in the permaculture garden or in the playground next to it, I think the toilet doesn't look necessarily like a toilet and people find it hard to locate. So I think just making it a little bit clearer is a great idea.
Thank you. Councillor Said.
I totally agree with this, Madam Mayor, but while we're making these signs, can we actually do the wayfinding signs that we asked for at the end of Malabar Western Walk that pointed towards the beach when you get there, because people get to Palnier Park and have no idea where they are. So years ago we asked for a sign that said where the toilets were, where the shops were, where the beach was. We're still waiting, so maybe we can make them at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor Said. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Against, I declare that carried. We move to NM 77/23, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, access to Maroubra Headland. Councillor Chappell.
Thanks all. Look, it's a very brief motion. I'm not actually seeking to change anything substantial about the use there, but mainly just to, I think in the COVID times, use of the headland really increased and lots of people were using it for recreation. And I've seen that kind of dropping off. And I think in a lot of cases, and I know this from talking to kind of other parents at the school, that the signs that say do not come in, you're not allowed in, actually do keep quite a few people away. And it is public land. There is access, obviously not when the shooting's on, which I think is quite clear. But I'd love to see us have a chat with them and see if it's possible to get them some signs that say, look, when shooting's not on, you can come in here, you can have a dog off leash. I think you can't take a bike. There are snakes, you could say that as well, but just something along those lines. So I'm not actually seeking to change when we can access it. I do accept that there are arrangements currently in place, but I think it'd just be nice for us to be having an ongoing conversation to facilitating access to this land and create, I noted it is used quite commonly as an off-leash dog area, and new dog owners in the area would probably appreciate knowing it's there and that it's a great place to go.
Thank you, Councillor Chappell. Is there a seconder? Councillor De Souza, do you wish to speak? Councillor Said, then Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to point out that we've already had the Heffron Centre taken office, became from Matraville to Maroubra, and now we're getting the Malabar headland taken off as it's the Maroubra headland. So one day we'll get to keep named places for it. You get $11 million worth of stuff.
The councillor from Greater Central Ward will be heard in silence.
That's right. Exactly. It's creeping in. But actually, I commend this because actually, as Councillor Chappell said, and Councillor Burst and myself went to Malabar sub-branch RSL organised a family fun day down at the rifle range. And it actually was very well attended. There was nearly hundreds. They actually got more than they expected, and it was very well attended. There was probably 500 plus people there, on and off, and I, like most of the people, had never been there before, and it's a fantastic spot. And the people who run the actual rifle range approached us and said, we are willing to talk to the community and open it up. You guys, council, can do things every second weekend when we're not shooting, obviously. They really wanted to do things together. They'd love it if we could have even the fireworks on their headland because it's a natural amphitheatre. All these different suggestions, so they're quite willing to work with the community. They're quite willing to open up. They're quite willing to do. They just want their bit of, they've got a 50-year lease, not going anywhere. They just want a little bit of respect that they can stay there, and then out of that mutual respect, then they're just willing to negotiate with council and let us use it more often and let the community use it more often, and it's a win-win for everybody.
Councillor Burst.
I was actually just going to also mention the access to Maroubra Headlands. It's Malabar Headlands. It's Malabar Headlands. And Councillor Hay also attended that day, so it was good to have him along. It was a great fun day, and the community were out in force. It was fantastic. So I think we need to have a chat to them and talk to the Maroubra sub-branch and see what we can start doing about activating that area.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chappell, do you wish to close the debate?
Oh, just obviously to apologise to my colleagues in South Ward for forgetting that there's a place called Malabar.
Are you changing it to Malabar? Yeah. Yeah. I will put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now go to NM 78/23, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, South Maroubra missing link. Councillor Chappell.
Sorry, this one is in Maroubra, I promise. I put this on a... Oh, sorry. Apologies, Madam Mayor. This is a very simple motion. I put this on recently and then pulled it off, seeking to have a few more conversations with a few more people. I think there is very broad support in the community for this. It has been raised a number of times. And I think every morning as I trudge to Nippers through the sandy bit, that it would be really great to improve this accessibility here.
Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Do you wish to speak? Reserve your right. Are there any other speakers? I will put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We move to NM 79/23, notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton, turn away vehicle protest from Randwick. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I take that this motion has been read. We heard from a distinguished member of our community retell their version of the events that happened on that day. It's no surprise that it was organised on, I think, Remembrance Day. Also the fact that one of the vehicle passengers called out the window that we didn't light up the Opera House. So it seems like it was in backlash to the state government's decision to light up the Opera House in support of Israel. I think one of the things that we're forgetting is an event happened overseas that if it happened to any other country around the world, we would be we would be horrified that people were peacefully going about their business on the 7th of October and they were attacked. And so what we've seen since then has been a very divisive dialogue in Australia. And one of the things that I think is disappointing, and the reason I put this motion forward, is because there was an organised protest convoy and there were leaders in the community that were able to redirect it to a different location. And it's sad that that location ended up being our most populous beach, and it impacted the Jewish community in our area. And in saying all of that, I think that it would make sense that we then have a leader in our community reiterate that we want everyone who lives in Randwick to feel safe and not be fearful in their own home, and not feel that somebody is coming into their local area to basically terrorise them, to make them feel terror for the beliefs that they have. So this motion, I'm really calling on for you, Mayor, to put up some kind of wording on the web page to say that unfortunate events, and we fully support our residents, but also to reach out to the Eastern Suburbs PAC and ask them what they did. And I know that they worked very hard to keep the peace, to monitor the situation, and also to put a physical barrier. Actually, what we saw down at on Arden Street was a physical barrier of the police standing on the side of the road, trying to protect both sides of the people impacted. And so I think that the residents knowing what the police did to try to alleviate the escalation of the situation is very important. And also writing to the New South Wales government. And what I'm saying is in this motion is not to stop protests, not to stop free speech or anything like that, but just to appeal to them, to ask them if they could use other means of protest and not to use a driving convoy to a location with Jewish residents. Apologies for my voice.
I'll move to the seconder, and then I'll seek the indulgence of council to respond to some of Councillor Hamilton's comments, seeing as there was a comment made regarding the Mayor. So I'll go to Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, no, I fully support the motion and thank my fellow councillor Hamilton. As a Jewish person living in the LGA, when I heard about this happening, I did feel intimidated. Basically, people coming down to an area that they know has a Jewish population, whether it even be in LGA or they were going to go Double Bay and Dover Heights. Definitely did feel intimidated. I am worried the security is getting tighter and tighter in all the Jewish institutions, both in our LGA and all the other LGAs with large Jewish community. There are numerous threats that are occurring. I'm going to quite a few Jewish Board Deputies events, and the amount of security is really tight at the moment. Hearing emails, that's why I asked the Rebbitzin about my fellow Jewish people in the community being scared to wear religious symbols on the street, and kids like my nieces and nephew, they go to Emmanuel School. That's in our LGA. I'm even worried for them. So all these people are going to come down and threaten the Jewish community. It really creates a lot of anxiety in our community, and I'm telling you that as a Jewish person. So please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld. I know there's a request for Councillor Parker to speak. If I may speak very briefly in response to Councillor Hamilton's comments, and thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for raising them. I would like to make it very clear that I very strongly support the safety and security of all residents, and I believe that would be a sentiment very strongly shared by every single councillor in this room. I was in frequent contact with the General Manager over that weekend. I looked at the media reports and I certainly did not, even though I was aware of the convoy coming into LGA, I was reassured that the General Manager had been in frequent contact with the local area command, that they were ensuring that nothing untoward happened. And my understanding is that no violence or altercations did occur, which would of course been the proviso of the police to address. I also understand that we did deploy additional rangers. So I did take and do take safety and security seriously. I did not receive any reports of the flying of ISIS flags or any other such paraphernalia. I have made a number of attempts to meet with the Jewish Board of Deputies. A couple of meetings have had to be cancelled due to clashes. However, we have secured another meeting date. I have met with a number of members of the local Jewish community, as well as receiving an invitation to attend the Emmanuel Synagogue, which I did take up. But as I've reiterated, the conflict is causing serious tensions in our community. I'm on public record in council and elsewhere of my support for the right to peaceful, non-violent protest. I am fearful of this, that I don't know, that's the intention that it may verge on racial profiling, potentially. I have to be very, very careful. And so while I understand and have heard from the Jewish community, I just don't know we're at that point yet where the police are not able to handle the situation, and I very strongly support the right of all groups to voice their opinion, to peacefully assemble, no matter whether you're which kind of opinion you are. People do have a right to express that in a peaceful, non-violent way. Thank you. Councillor Parker, and then Councillor Pandolfini and Councillor Hay.
Thank you very much, Mayor Veitch. To begin with, I'd like to actually commend the Eastern Benches Area Command as well as police from all areas in relation to how they handled that particular incident, noting that there are exceptionally high emotions across the community right now for there to be no serious violent incidents or anything which spills over outside of that. I think is a testament to the hard work which has been demonstrated by the police. More importantly, not just in a single incident, but over this particular period on a repeated basis. Noting that all of the general duties don't go away. They have to deal with what is an incredibly difficult situation on top of their general duties. In relation to this particular notice of motion, look, whatever the views of an individual that they may have in relation to the Israel-Hamas conflict, I cannot assign a motive as it relates to the protesters who drove along that convoy. But what I can clearly say and claim is that with confidence that there is a clear impact of those particular actions. And I think it is eminently reasonable and has been stated by individuals both to say that they feel unsafe and that the product of such an action is for a community to feel unsafe. And the right to protest is regularly invoked and that individuals may have a right. But what I would suggest is that individuals, in considering their actions, understand what the implications of those actions are in exercising those rights. And in this particular instance, it is clear that that particular protest caused fear. And I would suggest that why we all as a community suggest that it is important for individuals to have a right for protest is the relationship that that has in causing political change. In this particular instance, the recipients of this particular protest were not politicians, they were not civic society leaders, they were not those who were in a position to change a particular outcome, but it was located in a particular segment of Sydney which we know, regardless of whether you view it as justified or not, which we know is hurting quite considerably. And that is why I think that this is actually quite a respectable and a commendable motion in relation to this, is because we have a community who, as a result of actions, regardless of the motives of doing so, are actively saying that they feel unsafe. And the reason why I rise on this particular one is I think it is incumbent on all of us as elected officials to recognise that we have a responsibility to our constituents who we represent. And our community is at this particular point in time quite clearly demonstrating that they have significant concerns as to how they go about their lives in the community which they live. And I think it is important on all of us to call out actions which cause a state of fear in our community. That is not something which we want to have happen. And regardless of what our individual views may be, in circumstances where there is clearly rising anti-Semitism across the community, where there is clearly rising where there is rising Islamophobia across our community, it's incumbent on all of us to turn down the volume and to make sure that those across our community feel safe, they feel recognised, and in relation to actions such as this, that is why I think this is a commendable motion, because it quite clearly states that we support our community and recognise the feelings which they are having right now, and rightfully affirms that. But not only that, to work with groups which may have a range of motives, and I don't want to in any way discount that there are segments of the population, the Palestinian community, who are hurting quite significantly here as well. But it is in us as elected representatives to suggest that the methods in which we go about expressing our displeasure have implications, and that us as elected officials, that it is incumbent on all of us to make sure that our community is safe. I commend this motion because I think it goes towards that goal, and for that I commend it.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Pandolfini.
Through the relevant officer, I think it's the General Manager, I just had a question regarding the Speaker, because I was quite shocked when she, as you probably noted when I was speaking. Is it your understanding that there was a report from the police of any violence or altercations or, in fact, ISIS flags?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the Mayor said, I was in constant contact on Saturday with the local area commander, and I was also advising the Mayor of what was happening there. I wasn't at the down at Coogee at the time, so I can't speak to what the Speaker spoke about, but certainly in the debriefs I've had with the local area commander, nothing has come up about any violence or any ISIS flags that were there in anything that we've spoken about from their actions on the particular day. I've checked with the local area commander. She's not aware of that either.
I just had a follow-up question, and just could anybody confirm what the Labor Minns government, after this was the event took place, what was actually implemented? Could someone confirm what that was?
Through to the General Manager.
I guess my point is that my understanding is that that this has been addressed by was well covered by the local command, and has been addressed subsequently by local government. So I'm just confused as to why, when we don't want to cause a further elevation and division, that this motion is being brought to us when it's actually being covered off by the local command. And I guess I would also just like to make mention that Councillor Hamilton did mention that the horrific attacks that occurred on October 7th, and I would like to make mention of the equally horrific amount of loss of life on the Palestinian side since that date. Thank you.
Councillor Hay.
This has been a terrible conflict, and both sides absolutely have a right to protest. We just need to manage that. Now, I was rather perplexed as to why Coogee Beach was chosen. If you're going to do protests, I mean, I work quite often in the Courts building on Macquarie Street, and there's almost every Friday there was, one point in time there was a protest every Friday. You can walk around some iconic buildings outside State Parliament, and the other option is, of course, the Domain as well. You've got even World War I, there was a massive protest of 100,000 people against conscription in the Domain. Or if you were going to do a convoy, you could do a convoy all the way to Canberra. So I spent that day terrified that a brawl could break out or this conflict could find its way into Coogee. If there absolutely must be a motorcade, we don't want it sprung on people at the last minute. You want to have it very well guarded by security. So I just don't want something happening at the last second, and we need to plan this out better. So I'd like to thank Councillor Hamilton for bringing this motion, and I urge you all to vote for it.
Councillor D'Souza, then Councillor Chappell.
Madam Mayor, we must stop pussyfooting around this issue. This is a very real, raw issue, and these car and bike rallies and protests are fueling hate, division, and creating fear in our local community, and they must be stopped. We, my friends, as the lady said, are one, but many, and we come from all the different lands, different ideas. But the fact is, we need to work together to get good outcomes from for Australia and Australians. Freedom of speech and the freedom to protest is enshrined in our Constitution, but we should value this and not abuse the process by hurting, threatening, intimidating and insulting others because our views differ.
There's been a point of order. Councillor D'Souza, you will need to
I
sit
was
down.
trying to emphasise.
Councillor D'Souza, there's been a
but
call
I'm
for a
quite
point of
happy.
order. You will need to take your seat while we hear the point of order.
Sorry.
You'll need to turn off your microphone and take your seat while we hear the point of order.
I'd just like to ask Councillor D'Souza why we are being yelled at.
Councillor
That's
D'Souza.
not a point of order.
Actually,
no, that's not a point of order.
Councillor.
If the councillor calls a point of order, she
Councillor
needs to
Hamilton,
quote.
I will rule on the point of order. Thank you. Councillor D'Souza, I
didn't
will ask you with respect to not raise your voice during the debate. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, out of respect for you, I will take that on board. But I was being passionate about something I feel people are pussyfooting around. They're pretending like, look, this is all right. This is not all right. This is not all right. And as I keep saying, insulting others because our views differ. First, when you go to the Jewish Museum, you walk straight in, and this is what the words say. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out. Madam Mayor, we have a duty. Where there is wrong, we must right it. Where there is suffering, we must stop it. Where there is injustice, we must correct it. Where there is despair, we must offer hope. And where there is discord, we must create harmony. This is a war in another country, but why bring it to our doorsteps? Why should we divide our community? Yes, they've made a point. I agree with what Councillor Pandolfini says. There is a side that's hurting too, the Palestinian people. There are 10,000, maybe even 12,000 killed. Yes, it seems inequitable that, or disproportionate is the word. But the fact is, Madam Mayor, that this is a part of the world which division occurs and war occurs, but to find peace, we need to come to the table and we need to offer opportunities for peace. As those of us that follow Israeli politics and those of us who are proud Zionists, we know the two-state solution was offered to the Palestinian people many times, but they chose not to accept it. That's their choice. Hamas has decided that Israel, sorry, I don't mean to scream, Israel should not exist. Should not exist. That you cannot find peace if someone says they should be not exist. So we need to share, as we said in that song the lady talked about, we are all one, we should be one. Look, Palestine and Israel can live together, but you need people who are willing to work together. This war is a sad thing, but let us leave it where it is. Let us not bring it to our doorstep. Let us not divide our own community. Let's work together to get good outcomes for our community. Yes, democracy, it gives us the right to protest. Our constitution protects all these things. It's enshrined, but we shouldn't abuse the process. We shouldn't intimidate. We shouldn't threaten. And we shouldn't put fear in our children and our community. They need to feel that this is Australia. This is a really safe place. This is why my parents came here. This is why so many immigrants came here. So many people after the war came here. We came here to start again. We came here to make a difference. Let's just do that. And let's not let bigots and racists and other people divide us. Let us unite. Let us be one. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We need to move an extension of time.
Thank you. Procedural motion for an additional 40 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Parker, seconded by Councillor McCafferty. The next speaker is Councillor Chappell.
A very quick Google of ISIS and Coogee gives you some footage of the flag waving.
Councillor
Point of order,
Chappell.
I don't think we should rely on Google in a chamber like this. I think that it's
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to start, as Councillor Parker did, by commending the work on the response here by the General Manager, by our council staff, by the Mayor and by the local police, who all worked quite extensively to calm the situation. They worked hand in hand as much as possible to seek to not divide our community. And I've got to say, I heard some division here tonight. They are not Australians, I think, is actually a fairly extraordinary claim in a context where we are trying to talk about harmony and working together. And I've got to say, I disagree with Councillor D'Souza. We should be pussyfooting around this. We should be so careful to not inflame community tensions. And I'm afraid to say I think Councillor Hamilton's motion here does inflame community tensions. I don't think this makes anyone safer. What I will say is I think insofar as Part D of this motion gives us a kind of oversight of the Eastern Pack, I think that's inappropriate. I do think it's appropriate to ask the Mayor to maybe speak with the Eastern Pack about what's going on, but the idea that they should be required to provide us a report on the complex work they clearly did in this situation, I completely disagree with. I'll also say that Palestinian groups have raised serious concerns about the convoy on the weekend. I mean, they do not speak for the Palestinian protest movement in Australia. So again, the idea that E is going to work here in any way is just ridiculous, because those groups already were spoken to by the Palestinian community who said, hey, maybe don't. You know, after this happened, the New South Wales government came together and they said, look, we will try and stop this from happening again. If forced to, we will have police use the powers that were put in place after the Cronulla riots that will allow them to turn these things away and will allow them to control the situation. That, on balance of keeping the community safe and the exercise of power, that is probably a fair setting. I'll also note the idea of kind of Palestinian protest and stuff inherently being threatening, which we've heard a lot here. I mean, I haven't heard a lot of reports of threats, but I went to the Palestinian rally in the city on Sunday, and on the bus on the way there, I met a lovely Jewish woman from our local community, and she was wearing a keffiyeh on the bus, and she was quite happily speaking with me and others who were going to the Palestine protest about her support for an end to the occupation and a ceasefire and an end to the violence. Like, there are lots of people here working for harmony and working to bring our community together. And I got to say, focusing only on one part of our community, focusing on the harm done on one day, when we've now got, Councillor D'Souza, for your information, 14,532 estimated deaths. Most of them, like half of them children, 40% of them children, too many of them children. You know, every child, every human being is a universe, and we have to be fighting for peace. And I'm really disappointed in this motion. I urge you all to oppose it.
Councillor Wilson.
I move that we put the motion.
Seconded by Councillor Zed. I will put the motion.
I'll close the debate.
Apologies, yes. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, it's late.
Yes.
Apologies,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Hamilton.
Thank
you.
That's okay. So I'd like to close the debate and just point out a few things that I've just heard. And one of the things that I just heard is just a contradiction of terms. Try not to escalate or continue this division, yet go and attend a rally for one side. Like, really? We're talking about Randwick residents and their safety. We're talking about people feeling safe in their own home, in their own country. We've got a councillor stand up and say that I have done the wrong thing in putting a motion forward in support of Randwick residents, and yet she's posting pictures holding Palestinian flags up. And I am just shocked that somebody has voted, or the people have voted, a councillor to council who is so radical,
Excuse me, point of order.
not even, and you don't represent.
Point of order.
There's been a point of order.
Residents of
Councillor
Randwick
Hamilton,
at
you
all.
will need to cease speaking while I hear the point of order.
Sorry, personal attacks on other councillors are a clear breach of the code, and I ask she withdraw.
Councillor Hamilton, you've made some very personal remarks. It's not appropriate in this chamber, and I would ask you to continue speaking to the motion and not to make personal remarks about individual councillors.
So then I will continue to talk about the fact that, you know, we are a country that we're hurting right now because the Middle East is testing harmony unnecessarily. And we had an opportunity on Sunday to do all we could to turn this convoy away, or after the fact, and because as Councillor D'Souza pointed out, it was a last minute thing. You know, it was quite, we were quite unprepared, I believe. We didn't receive weeks of notice that there was going to be a protest heading to Coogee Beach. And it was turned away from other locations that had bigger Jewish communities. And it's just really sad to think that the other communities were able to, you know, be saved from having this convoy into their local streets, but we weren't. And so I just think that it's important then, straight after that happening in our neighbourhood, for the leaders in our local community to stand up and say, this happened, we spoke to the police, they did all they could, and unfortunately it was, by police standards, a legal protest, so that clarification would have been very important for people to hear. And what we found was there were a lot of people that were afraid, and they emailed us and they let us know how that made them feel in their own home. And I couldn't imagine me being in my house right now, someone driving past with a flag out the window and yelling and screaming at me because of my religious beliefs and making me feel afraid. This is what I don't think we understand, is that we're in a free country where we embrace every religion, we embrace every person. And so we shouldn't be allowing people to come into our neighbourhood and scare us and frighten us with their beliefs or with their position. The other thing, with the ISIS flag, yes, I have video footage on my phone that was sent to me that, yes, the ISIS flag was flying. There were men in cars with their faces covered and they had ISIS bandanas around their heads. So even that alone, even having your face covered with traditional face coverings, and then with bands across your head with ISIS writing on it, even that is quite scary. It's something that the children of Coogee Beach and the children in our neighbourhood would be very unaccustomed to. Something that could potentially give them nightmares. I couldn't imagine as a child seeing something like that come past me and not.
Something?
I'll hear the point of order from Councillor Pandolfini.
What does Councillor Hamilton, is she making up terms? What's ISIS writing?
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, look, it's not a point of order, so I'm not even going to respond. What I will close with is that this, for me, is all about Randwick residents feeling safe. That's what it just simply comes down to that. We should be able to feel safe, and we also should have councillors on our council and council staff and everyone involved. We should be able to say, we're sorry that this happened. We want you to feel safe. We'll do everything we can. We'll work with the police. We'll work with the state government to try and talk groups like this down in the future, and we'll do as much as we can to make you feel safe. That's all it comes down to. Thank you.
I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. Call for a division. Is there a seconder? For the division, Councillor Hay. All those for the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Parker, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Burst and Councillor D'Souza. All those against, Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said and the Mayor. I declare the motion lost. Now move on to NM 80/23, notice of motion from Councillor Luxford.
Councillor McCafferty and I will recuse ourselves from this vote.
UNSW proposed.
Are you doing Hooperoo too? Are you doing Hooperoo as well?
Good. Okay. So, basically,
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah. Basically, we heard from the residents tonight, and we heard from NIDA. This development is clearly too much. It's clear overdevelopment of such a small little area with buildings that are way too tall. The developers and the uni seem to have no regard whatsoever for the community, for the residents that live in the area and have lived here for quite some time. It's just disgraceful now that Kensington and Kingsford, from one end of Anzac Parade to the other, is seeming to have to provide accommodation for university students. You know, since when was it our I didn't even know that's the word. I'm gone from the motion before. Our responsibility to provide all this student accommodation. clearly I don't even know where they're all coming from, or even if they're here, and how full these buildings are going to be, because for the amount of buildings that are being built, they must be busting at the seams in UNSW, and they can't fit these people in the classrooms. But anyways, the community doesn't want it. The residents are not going to be able to have any form of good amenity in their yards in the area with this building, and neither also cannot operate with the close proximity that the buildings are to theirs, because it will render part of the use of their facility useless. So you know, I urge you to support this motion and so we can do a little bit better for what Kensington and Kingsford has now turned out to be.
Yeah. Seconded Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, fully agree with Councillor Luxford. Had a bit of communication with a lady from NIDA, and it's the scale of this development is massive, and the fact that NIDA, they need trucks, they need those driveways. They won't be able to get their trucks in, which will be rather very hard for them to function. So. So fully support, and I really hope the panel reads all the correspondence and adjudicates it accordingly.
May I ask a question to the mover? One of the speakers did mention a request to do a community consultation.
At this point, I don't think that's quite necessary until we actually put in, until we review the height, etc., and see what happens where we plod along.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate? I will put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now move on to NM 81/23, notice of motion from Councillor Luxford, Houston Road, Kingsford.
Okay, here we go. Since the inception of the bike lane, we've had such a disaster with all the roads from Doncaster Avenue right through to Houston. So we now have a situation at Houston Road that if you're in Houston Road and you want to do a left turn into Day Avenue, it's almost near impossible because the footpath has been widened out and there's now a concrete divider barrier in the middle of Day Avenue. So it has narrowed the left turn significantly, and I've had residents ringing complaining, my own son included, that the tyres are hitting on the sides. You know, they can't negotiate the turns properly. If you have a larger vehicle, forget about it. So I'm asking that we have a look at this corner, redesign, do something with it to allow the residents to drive safely through into Day Avenue. As I've also heard, there have been some big accidents at Day Avenue, which we're still trying to investigate to see what did happen, but I believe there's a resident that actually has photographs of them, and that is where I've asked for the roundabout to be put back. So I really think that this cycleway has not been thought out properly. The design is pretty crappy, and it's really a detriment to I'm sure we could have done better. anyway, so I would like this intersection to be looked at and something to be done about the left turn.
Councillor Hay.
Yes, I frequently go through that intersection from my place in Kingsford to my mum's place in Kensington, and yes, I clipped the wheels of my car on there twice. There is a problem. This is a definite problem which we need to address. Also, I don't think a lot of people are aware that there is a no left turn above a certain length there, which I don't think a lot of people were aware of, and I think that's caused. There's signage right at the intersection, but only if you're looking in that exact spot. So a bit. Anyway, something needs to be done, and I urge everyone to support this motion.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak against this, but reluctantly, just because I cycle through this intersection kind of every second day, and it's my understanding the reason it is so narrow is so that cars slow down so they don't murder us. And if you do this, and if you speed it up, and if you open that intersection up, that's totally fine, but then I'm going to ride on the road, because it kind of incentivizes you to pull off the bike path. Which already has a bunch of spots where it's discontinuous and it's tempting to go out into the traffic. And I think as much as possible, we should be separating cyclists and cars, and we should be really wary of anything which encourages riders back onto the roads, because it is just less safe for everybody, which I'm sure will be considered in the report. So, I mean, no big deal, but I'm sure they'll be considered.
Are there any other speakers? I'll put
close the debate.
Yep.
In response to Councillor Chappell, I have actually done it. I have stopped, slowed, in the car. I get the fact that it has been configured to slow traffic down. However, like Doncaster Avenue, it's way too narrow, and it needs to be fixed. And I already have seen people not even using the bike lane, so we've created the bike lane and they're still on the road anyway, so whichever way it goes, the intersection needs to be looked at.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. We move on to NM 82/23, notice of motion from Councillor Hay, increasing childcare spaces.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, councillors would like to do a second. Yes. So, as we all know from our increasing childcare spaces is one of the most important things we could possibly do. Firstly, we're in a cost of living crisis. We need to reduce the price. As we all remember basic economics, you increase the quantity, you can lower the price. Secondly, what we should do is have a targeted investigation which looks at the needs of our community. Now, specifically, we want to look at not all childcare ages are catered for at every facility. So, if there is a market need for more childcare spaces between the ages of 2 and 3 or under 2, we should look at that. Also, we have a strong, powerful nighttime economy where we have. If you're, for example, a nurse who's working a nighttime shift at Prince of Wales Hospital, can you get last-minute childcare, particularly if, for example, you're a single mum? It's one of those things that really will help out a lot of struggling young families in our area. It'll help grow our economy and will and help out a lot of families, mothers and fathers, but the burden of, mothers being able to return to work. It's a bit late, and that's all I'll say. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rosenfeld was the seconder, and then Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, fully support the motion. Very much needed in the LGA.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Just a question through to the to Councillor Hay. Are you suggesting that council supply more childcare?
At this stage, no. What I'm proposing
Next stage, yes.
at this stage, what we need to do is do a proper analysis of. Okay, what we need to do is an analysis of where the demand is needed, and then we will be able to have some actions which are determined, and the report would recommend some changes. There's possibility of including more childcare facilities into developments. We have the facility at in Latham Park, Moberly, that we could expand there as an option within the report. So it could be considered as a recommendation, and I'm sure that the Department of Community and Culture will recommend that if it's appropriate. So at this stage, we're just looking at analysis, but if the analysis says that would be a good proposal, then we can go with it.
I've just got a follow-up question. I think, you've kind of hit it on the head here, and it was the same when I had children under 5, and I'm pretty much sure there's already a lot of data around to suggest that it's still the same for children under 5, that there is a severe lack of childcare spaces. I don't understand that we would be able to enforce private childcare, and you also mentioned the fantastic council centre that we have, which is exactly for that, for people who don't have high incomes, because they're much more affordable. So would you consider adding in asking council to evaluate the feasibility of providing more childcare?
Sure. Mr. Kelly, can I just dictate something? The report should propose changes that could improve availability. This could include increasing childcare capacity inside new developments, and expansion of council-provided childcare facilities, and any other suggestions anyone has? And any other proposals that would benefit the community?
Do you have a budget involved?
At this stage, it would just be a report, so there is no budget. However, ultimately, if we were to go with just increasing capacity by having more spaces within new developments, that would have no impact on the council budget. And also,
Councillor Hay, I think had been a question from Councillor Pandolfini. You've put your amendment. Would it be okay if we move to the next speaker, and then you can close the debate when the other speakers are finished? Is that okay?
Sure. Can I just quickly also add expansion of existing facilities into that list as well, Mr. Kelly? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. I've got Councillor... I've lost track of where I am now. Councillor Pandolfini, have you finished your question? Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Hay, for bringing this important issue to our attention. I would note one of my concerns in this space with us doing this would be the potential of duplicating existing state and federal work. So I assume the first step here would be to look at, because there are already childcare needs surveys that are done at that level. I would reiterate so from my experience in the area, there was not a shortage of early childhood education, which is the preferred term, but there was a shortage of free and affordable places. So it was quite easy, in Maroubra at least, to find spots for my children at every age in a bunch of centres, but they were obscenely expensive, so like $180, $190 a day, which was really at the top end of even what we were paying in the city. What was harder to get was into, say, the KU across the road, the preschool, which has a waiting list where your kids are at school before you actually get into it. The same at KU Peter Pan, which is up at La Perouse. It's one of the other free centres in the area, and there is a huge local demand for free childcare, and there's a strong local demand for the more affordable spots, of which Moverley Children's Centre provides. One of only two in the area that I know. The other one I know that provides a pricing under $100, Moverley's slightly over, was a Montessori place, which actually you couldn't even get a childcare rebate on because it didn't comply with some other things. So that is what the focus does need to be. So if a report like this comes out, what it is absolutely going to find is that free and affordable places are what's needed. And the way we deliver those is we invest in a plan to expand council-owned and run childcare. And Moverley is incredible, and I'd love to see more Moverleys across the area. And we lobby the state government to expand the free preschool program, which in our area is kind of piddly in the amounts of spots that are available compared to the need within our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Chappell. I've got Councillor Said, then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was willing to give the motion as it came a go because I thought it was a little bit overwhelming at the start because I thought it was a little bit beyond council to work out the demands of childcare. It would take up a lot of resources. But then I remembered, I'm pretty sure we actually used to do reports because we actually do own and we lease some childcares. So there is a pretty, so we're nearly halfway there because we've already got that going. But at the same time, a question to the General Manager, just off chance, most councils are actually offloading their childcares, aren't they? If I judge it right.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, not most councils. There's a lot of councils that do keep. There's a mix that don't, but certainly there's a number of councils that do keep their childcares.
Okay, I'm willing to accept that we do it in a report, but if it ever comes back, I don't think it's our responsibility to have childcares. It's just another, it's just going to be too hard. And actually, the thing is, as I said, it's childcare should be done well, should be done state and federal, and we should probably stay right out of it.
Councillor Wilson.
I have a question for the relevant officer. Do we still have family daycare? Does that exist? Yes, family daycare exists.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, council does support a number of lease properties for family daycare.
A question to the mover of the motion. Does this, when we're talking about childcare places, does that include family daycare?
I'm happy for it too.
Where are you going to put it?
In the report.
I know, we've got another 10 minutes. We've got another 10 minutes.
We did an hour, just 5 minutes speech.
Anyway,
everyone must speak 10 minutes.
I didn't go for 5 minutes, thank you.
Are you moving that motion? Yeah. There's been a procedural motion to extend. So is that to 5-2? The previous motion extended to. So 10 past 1. Seconded by Councillor Burst. All those in favour? All those against, so declare it carried. Councillor Hay.
Okay, if I could dictate against Mr. Kelly, report me about the current situation regarding supply and demand on childcare and family daycare spaces. Thank you. I'd like to know why my motions are always super controversial. Thank you.
I was second though.
And look, to close the debate very quickly, the federal government is looking at doing some work in this space, but with a good analysis of what is in our community and what is needed, we can better integrate with whatever it is the federal government comes out with. So let's all support this motion.
Councillor Hayes just closed the debate. I will put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Any other ones? There's a question on notice from Councillor Olive, QN 723. I take it as read. And we will now call for the closed session, move into confidential session, closed session. Oh, I'm very sorry. Councillor Olive, would you like to bring up your petition?
Kelly brings it up. Basically, this was a letterboxing of of the area around Randwick Environment Park, and so there was 138 signatures, by QR code. And the petition goes, we would like Randwick City Council to write to the federal government, including the Minister for Defence, to ask that the Randwick Environment Park be extended into the neighbouring LIA site. So that's the that was the petition, and it was signed by 138 people there, and so that's to be noted.
Are you handing it in? No, now. Councillor Pandolfini.
Can I also note, I don't know the process, but can I also note the petition from David Bluff that has been emailed to council regarding Burrows Park? Do
you wish to table it?
Well, I can't table it because I only have it on here, so I just wanted to note it that I can bring it in tomorrow.
Council has received it, I believe.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
We will now move into closed session. We have now moved out of closed session. Council resolved for MM 61/23 a motion by Hamilton Parker that Council A note the performance agreement and that the performance review report will be prepared for Council following the end of the performance period in 2024. B, note the New South Wales Government sought regulation prohibiting a remuneration increase for the General Manager until the 1st of July 2025. C, note the Office of Local Government Circular on 13th of September 2023 that the sought regulation prohibition is not intended to apply to local government. And D, provide the option to the General Manager to vary the standard contract of employment for General Managers to have the Local Government State Award 2023 remuneration apply. This is carried. I now close the meeting at 1:06.